Hello, everyone. Hello. How are you? Hope you are doing well. Please let me know if you can hear me. Please let me know if you can hear me okay. Right, let's see. What am I doing? What am I doing? Right. How is everyone doing? Hope you're doing okay. Vessel. Hello, Vessel of Dishonor.
Hello, Atheist. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm good, thank you. I thought I'd do something different today.
Okay.
But we will do the one of the biggest scammers of them all, the old one of the oldest and one of the
The
greatest.
OG, the one
The
who escorts
OG.
everyone else.
These are the fathers of the scams.
Mm-mm.
These ones are the fathers of the scams, and it's not going to be up people's streets because there are some people that believe that you should respect your elders, right? That is
Yeah.
the how we grew up. We grew up being told to respect our elders. But vessel, when your elders are the ones scamming you, what do you do?
Mhm. I'm gonna disrespect your ass.
This isn't even about disrespecting. This is about calling you exactly what you are. I'm not trying to disrespect the man. I'm really not. But I'm trying to show that he is a liar. And also, I'm not even going to just give me a second. I'm going to show why he is a liar. You see, when I do my stuff, I don't um I come correct, right? I come correct. Come with the evidence and we hopefully get a conversation. One day, happy new year. One day, where have you been now? Hmm? Just give me a minute. I'm trying to make sure I've got all my ducks in a row before we start because this one is going to be good. Please do me a favor and share. You know, when you share, then we can get more people. She has been busy doing dirty this one day. One day. Hmm. One day has been doing dirty December. Hmm. One day, I hope dirty December did not do you, but you were the one that did dirty December because dirty Decembers can be very dirty. Ehen. And then I hope there are no stories that touch. Ehen. See, it's okay to do the dirty Decembers as long as there are no stories that touch. You see, but she said she had to take a break, so that is fantastic. It's good to take a break. All right, guys. So, like I said, 2025 is going to be the year where we expose scammers, scam beggars, pastors scammers who disguise as pastors. If somebody is scamming you, whether the person is 100 years old or they are 10 years old, we deserve to know. We deserve to know. And this man, he is one of the biggest scammers. Right. So before we start with his lies, let's have a look at who is Adeboye. Who is Adeboye? Vessel, do you know anything about Adeboye?
All I know is that he's been lying for decades. Um, there's a church that I went to. My friends said to me, "Oh, cross over, let's go to my church, Papa." And I was like, by then, I wasn't fully deconstructed, but I was questioning pastors and the
Mm-hmm.
church in general. But I was not yet deconstructed. However, my level of Christianity was not brainwash. I was starting to question things. So we went to this place, and the man wasn't even there. He was in Nigeria, and all the people in the church had gathered to watch him on a TV screen,
Hmm.
right? It was being streamed live from Nigeria, and they were watching. Well, it was actually
Right.
streamed onto YouTube, and the
Mm-hmm.
church members had put the TV onto the YouTube app and were watching it.
You mean
So
Adeboye?
yes,
They're watching Adeboye on the screen
yes, because they
in the
attend one of
UK.
his churches, one
In the
of his
UK.
branches in the UK.
Oh wow.
Yes. So it was doing crossover service, but he was in Nigeria and they were over here. So
Mm-hmm.
in order to partake, because apparently a lot of blessings and gifts and whatever were going to rain down or something like that. So initially, my friend had asked for a lift. Oh, please take us because there's no cabs. Like where we lived, it was out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So buses actually stopped running by a certain time. There's nothing like night bus or anything like that.
Right.
So the service started from midnight and they were supposed to be there all morning until 7 a.m., 6 or 7 a.m. the next day. And they were doing this over 3 days, I believe. So the first day she was like, let's go. You're going to love it, and blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, fine, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Went into the hall and they gave us where to sit. And I'm thinking, there's some lovely sofas at the front, right in front of the TV, some luxury leather couches. Yet people are being made to sit on these hard, uncomfortable chairs. And you know me, Afro, I love my comfort. I love my comfort. So within 5 minutes or so, my back, my buttocks, my legs, everything was paining me because I'm sitting on this hard, uncomfortable chair that I'm not used to. You know, I'm not about that life, guys. Really and truly. I'm all about soft life. I don't do hardship. Never. That I don't do. So, and then I'm thinking, the people that are going to be sat in the front are probably like the pastors, the local pastors, or the church leaders, or something like that, sitting on those comfy chairs. Yet the people who are sponsoring their lifestyle, the actual church members, are sitting on these uncomfortable chairs all night watching TV. And I said to myself, I could be, you know, in my super king size bed with the electric blanket on, watching, Real Housewives or one of these, tacky shows, you know, and not sitting here listening to this nonsense. So I got up and I said to my friend, listen, I'm going home. When it's over, call me, I'll come and pick you up. Because it was actually happening in another city, 30 minutes away. So I sacrificed to drive back home 30 minutes, be comfortable, and to come back because it was just nonsense, right? That was day one. Day two, she made her way. Day three, where they were supposed to now be doing the blessing part of it, she begged me, please, please take me. I took her, I dropped her off, and I went to the 24-hour Tesco. And I went aisle by aisle looking at things, whiling up time until it was time to pick her up. I picked her up. We went back home. That is as much as I know about this man. I couldn't understand what he was saying, not because of his accent, but because it was waffling, right? And I was not about to sit in uncomfortable chairs. I'm not about to start punishing myself. I didn't do anything wrong to anyone. So why should I sit on those chairs? If there are people in the church that feel that they need to sit on comfortable seats, then it means that there's something wrong with the way people think. It means that there's some people who think that they're better than others. And for me, I found that disgusting, because you're all human beings. And you need to set a standard. If you set a standard that everybody's sitting on uncomfortable chairs, you too should also be prepared to sit on those uncomfortable chairs. I just felt like there's no one who's better than anyone else. So why is there that difference? Especially for people like me who, I mean, come on, Afro, you've seen me. Do I? I'm not about that life. So yes, and also he's building a church, or he's got a mega church or something like that, building or something or the other. But yeah, he's quite ancient. He's one of the people I'd say ancient of days in ministry.
She said, Ancient of days, ancient of days, as old as you are, as old as you are, you will never change. Ancient of days. It's a song that we used to sing. Oh my goodness. She said, He is the ancient of days. Right, give me a second. I'm trying to. Okay, right. So let's go and look at Enoch Adeboye. Um, right. So Enoch Adeboye was born in 1942. He's a Nigerian pastor and the present general overseer of Redeemed Christian Church of God. He served as the second national president. So he was born in 1942 and he was born to a humble family. So he started his education at Elisha Grammar School. Went to
Sorry, Afro.
yes,
Afro, sorry. When they say humble family, do they mean to a poor family?
that's what it usually would mean. Poor family.
Okay. Well, they
Hmm.
should have just said poor.
Well, we've got to um make it look like all these things. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to set up TikTok as well, but yeah, it's just not, for some weird reason. It's not working out. So is this gonna work now? Okay, it should hopefully work. Okay, sorry about that, people. Mm, 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 mm. Just give me a minute. Right. Okay. So he went to um, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in Nsukka. But because of the Nigerian Civil War, he completed his first degree in the University of Ife, now known as the Obafemi Awolowo University, graduating with a bachelor's degree in mathematics. Vessel, this man is a mathematician, graduated with a bachelor's degree in mathematics. In 1969, he obtained a
Okay,
master's degree.
interesting.
Yes. So most of the older preachers, they went to school. These were professors. They had really good beginnings. But for some weird reason, they walk away from that and decide that they're called to ministry. Most of the preachers now, the younger ones, they don't even bother going to school. Most of the younger ones now, they just say they at the age of 8 years old, they were called by God. They started preaching at the age of 8. They started preaching as soon as they left secondary school or as soon as they left university or whatever. It's always one story or the other. But most of these ones, they were uh, learned. So he got his a master's degree in hydrodynamics from the University of Lagos, and in 1975 he obtained a PhD in applied mathematics from the University of Lagos. So, ministry, this is the part that interests me. So, he joined the RCCG in 1973 and served as an interpreter before he was ordained as a pastor in the church by Pa Josiah Akindayomi in 1975. He became general overseer of the church in 1981, right? Now, Vessel and everybody else, how did he become the general overseer of this church? This Pa Akindayomi man was an older man, right? And he was looking for someone to hand over the church. Anyway, well, before he started looking for who to hand over the church, this is something I've heard Adeboye himself say, is that Pa Akindayomi told the people, the pastors in the church, that he needs money. He said, I need money. The ministry needs money. Said they should empty their bank accounts and bring everything that they have because he needs money. Adeboye said himself and his wife, they went home and cleared their bank account. They didn't have much, but they cleared everything and brought it. Come to find out, himself and his wife were the only ones who brought that money. They were the only ones that took the step of emptying their bank accounts. And then Pa Akindayomi said, well done, well done. So Pa Akindayomi, when he was looking for who to now pass on the church to, said, if this man can empty his bank account for this church, he has to be the one well and everything else. So because he emptied his bank account anyway, that's what Adeboye himself has said.
So he bought the business.
Never thought about it that way. I never thought about it that way. Oh my goodness, you you're bad now. Mm-mm. I never thought about it that way. But yeah, basically, that's what he has done. Anyway, um, so for 3 years, he filled the role part time at the University of Ilorin before giving up his university position to preach full time. And in 2017, Adeboye announced his resignation as general overseer, but he retained the role. Wait, hold on. In 2017, Adeboye announced his resignation as general overseer, but he retained his role. Do you guys know anything about this? Lekon Ronald, hello. Do you guys know about
I
Adeboye?
don't know. No, I don't know about it. But why would you give up your position and continue performing the duties?
This is interesting. So he gave up the ministry and then carried on. Okay, let's go on. We'll continue. So, um, okay. The church was not well known before Adeboye became the general overseer, right? Uh, the the church, which was not well known before Adeboye became the general overseer, now has branches in 198 nations as of March 2017, including more than 14 million worshippers in Nigeria. I want you, please pause for a minute. Please pause for a minute. Nigeria has 230 million or something like that. Adeboye alone has 14 million of those 200 million people in his church. Just let that sink in. Adeboye in his church has 14 million worshippers in Nigeria alone. So, if the God that they keep calling God, 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 if the God of Adeboye does not exist, if that God, we cannot prove that God to exist, that is 14 million delusional or deluded people. 14 million. If you don't see that as a problem, then I'm afraid there is something fundamentally wrong with you. So, what are these 14 million people listening to? Oh my goodness, that oof. Adeboye has stated that he aims to put a church within 5 minutes walking distance in developing cities and 5 minutes driving distance in developed cities. And let me tell you, this man, he is doing it. Because guess what? There is a Redeemed Christian Church of God near you. There is one near you. No matter what country you are, there's one near you. Adeboye is considered a preacher of the prosperity gospel. When I first started going to this man, he didn't come across as a prosperity gospel teacher. A claim he does not deny. He doesn't deny it. So in 2022, he turned 80. At 80 years old, this man should go and he has done well. Go and rest. But no, this man is still up and down. Only recently he was telling people that they should give violently. Versus, you remember that video? Where Adeboye was
Oh,
saying
yes.
should give violently. Eh? Anyway, so now what we are going to do is to go and look at the lies of Adeboye. Let's go and look at the lies of Adeboye. Mm, 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 mm. The whole story is not adding up. That's it for me. Okay, Leko, it's not adding up. Yes, I agree. It's not adding up. But the reason why it is not adding up, Leko, is because look, most of these are just nothing but lies. How many people were around in the year 1981? How many people were around then? Some of the people that were around then, they're no longer here to verify or to dispute the claims. And because this man is now controlling so many, not many people will want to speak against him. And then there is the element of baba yen, respect your elders, respect your elders, respect your elders. We have respected our elders to our own detriment. We have respected the elders that led us to our doom. And we are still respecting the very elders that are putting a dent in your communities, in your economy. If one man has 14 million worshiping at his church, if those 14 million give their tithe and offerings, Adeboye, he is sitting on wealth. Wealth. And if that God, that Adeboye say he is serving or worshiping or whatever, if that God is nothing but a fictional character, I hope you can start to see the damage that Adeboye has caused. But you know something? Let's be objective. We will be objective and we will go and look at just some of the things that he has said. One second. Just give me a minute. The first video we will look at is this one here.
That's why I loved when I heard that one joker said I was faking miracles. There's no need to fake miracles. Some of the miracles God has been performing in our midst, they are difficult to believe. I remember one when I was praying in my prayer room last night. God reminded me of one. A friend had cancer of the breast. They took her to the hospital, cut off that one breast so that she won't die. This lady went to visit her friend in the hospital, sad to see her in that situation. And they took one anointed handkerchief that we had prayed over and laid it on the wound and prayed. 2 weeks later, a new breast had grown.
Baba Adeboye said that he don't do RNG miracle. I believe him and I thank God for his life. RNG miracle is not good. I don't like it.
That's why I laughed when I heard that one joker said I
Hey,
was faking.
sorry guys,
miracles.
sorry for I'm
There's no
using
need to
someone
fake
else's video so you will
miracles.
see.
Some of the miracles God has been performing in our midst, they are difficult to believe. I remember one when I was praying in my prayer room last night. God reminded me of one. A friend had cancer of the breast. They took her to the hospital, cut off that one breast so that she won't die. This lady went to visit her friend in the hospital, sad to see her in that situation. And they took one anointed handkerchief that we had prayed over and laid it on the wound and prayed. 2 weeks later, a new breast had grown.
Baba Adeboye said that he don't do RNG miracle. I believe him and I thank God for his life. RNG miracle is not good. I don't like it.
In my ear.
That's why I laughed.
Sorry guys. Ooh, that lady's voice was very loud, but I do like her videos. So, guys, breast growing back. Vessel of dishonor. Vessel of
Why
dishonor.
did it take 2 weeks?
Vessel of dishonor, please. The question I need to ask you is that a lie or is it true?
Well, I like to give benefit of doubt. But I want to know, why did it take 2 weeks and not instant?
Did he say it was
And
after 2 weeks?
he said within 2 weeks,
Hold
a
on,
new breast had gone.
all right, let me
What did the doctors say about that? Because the doctors would want to do a scan to find out whether it's a tumor or something.
No, if they've already cut it off, then that means they've already determined, what it is.
Yes, they've removed the breast tissue, but now all of a sudden there's a new growth in that area. So they'll want to do, the necessary tests to ascertain what exactly it is. It could be another cancerous cell or tumor or something. When you get lumps on your body or tissue that is just growing, tissue that's been cut off, and then all of a sudden that same area that you had cancer, something starts growing there. The medical profession would want to know. They're very interested. They want to know what has happened. So they need to carry out tests. Did the doctors verify that it was new breast tissue? And where is this lady? Where is she? I want to talk to her. I want to interview her, ask her some few questions. I want to see the scar. I want to see the scar from when they had the mastectomy.
It didn't happen.
I know.
Breasts do not grow back via handkerchiefs.
No, they don't.
Let me play that again, because this man, I tell you, this man has gone years lying. Whenever he opens his mouth, he lies.
That's why I laughed when I heard that one joker said I was faking miracles. There's no need to fake miracles. Some of the miracles God has been performing in our midst, they are difficult to believe. I remember one when I was
they're difficult to believe because it didn't happen.
Last night, God reminded me of one. A friend had cancer of the breast. They took her to the hospital, cut off that one breast so that she won't die. This lady went to visit her friend in the hospital, sad to see her in that situation. And they took one anointed handkerchief that we had prayed over and laid it on the wound and prayed. 2 weeks later, a new breast had grown.
Baba Adeboye said that he don't do RNG miracle.
Auntie, hey, really? Guys. Sino Pataki, hello. How are you? Who else? Nicholas Chisala, hello. People need to go back to God and seek Him for themselves. No. We do not do seeking God. That's something we do not do. We don't go seeking for God.
Why is the God hiding in the first place? That we have
Exactly.
to go
That's the
and
question we
seek.
need to ask.
Why does this God like to play games? That he plays hide and seek. He hides, we seek. Why? No, come on. This is 2025. Please, stop it.
If the God cannot come and seek us. No. In fact, where are we supposed to seek this God? Where can someone tell me where I need to go to seek the God? Where's the location of God? Where does God live? No, now.
Afro,
Seek
they'll
God for
tell
you.
you he's
Where am I
inside you.
supposed to go and look for him? Well, he's inside me.
That's what they'll tell you.
Wait, where exactly is he? Say inside.
Inside you is in your nyash, and every time you fart, that's the Holy Spirit, because you don't see farts.
Oh,
They're just spirits. So the farts are the spirits, the Holy
no
Spirit.
thanks.
Yeah.
Fortunately, guys, you see, we are now in the age of questioning. We are in the age where people ask questions. We don't just accept people's what people tell us. We ask questions. You see, we ask questions. So if you're saying a God, no, we don't go looking for God. Sorry. This man still has lots of people under him. And to me, that is mind blowing. When this man says something like this, that a breast grew back, where is the critical thinking skills of our people? Where are your brains? Why are we not questioning? Why are we not questioning things?
Afro, also, he would have sold more than one handkerchief.
Who? Adeboye?
Yes, he would have, because those handkerchiefs, he's not giving them out for free. He's selling them, right? So he would have sold more than one. Where are the other testimonies from the other handkerchiefs that were bought?
Maybe they were growing other body parts, maybe.
Eh. Oh,
No,
eh,
no, 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 no,
ahem,
no,
ahem.
no.
Cucumber.
Nobody. Vessel, vessel.
Is that,
Nobody
oh,
now.
is that why? Okay, I'll ask you after the live stream.
Okay. Nobody. No. See. We didn't say anything, but mm, she has to come and tell us. Uh, okay. So what I did was I have a compilation of Adeboye's lies, which I will show us in a minute. Right. A compilation of the lies told by
Some of
Adeboye.
you are old.
I'm sorry, Afro.
You
Is
will
he
remember.
related to Toby Adeboyega?
No.
Because the only difference is the GA. Are you sure this is not his father? Is not the
No.
father Toby was talking about? That my
No.
father is a preacher?
No. No.
Okay. All
No.
right.
Two different people. We know who Toby Adeboyega's father is, and his own ministry is Spark Nation. Spark Nation in Nigeria is different from this one. We know who this one's children are and all these things. So yeah, no, Adeboye and Adebo. There's G-B-O, Boyega, are two different names. They're no relation
Okay.
at all.
All right. I just thought maybe, Toby was doing a play on words or something. Okay.
No, 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 no. Okay, right. So let's listen to. But before I start this video, give me a second. I want to do something. Wait, please let me know if you can hear me. Mm,
Remember the story of a man called Brother Sam.
no, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but not the video.
Do you hear me?
Yes, Afro, can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, just 1 second, please. Can you say something? Pastor, can you say something?
Pastors are scammers.
I'm trying to. Give me a second.
Pastors are scammers. All pastors are scammers. All pastors are scammers.
Hold on. Why is this thing not working? Why is this thing not working? Just give me a second. It should work now. No? Say something, Vessel.
Nicholas in the comments, I do not give you permission to pray for me.
Oh,
I do not give you permission to pray over my life.
no, no, no,
I
no,
do
no, no.
not give you permission to do anything concerning me. So please respect my boundary.
Mm,
If you want to pray for someone, pray for yourself and those that have given you permission to pray for them. I'm exercising my free will by letting you know that I do not want to have anything to do with your prayer, your God, your religion, your church, etc., etc. Me, I want to go to hell and sit at the right hand of Satan.
hallelujah.
Don't force your religion or your beliefs on me.
Amen.
Okay?
Amen. Wait, why is this thing not working? Choose your input. Wait, output.
Then that just shows if you have done something I have told you I do not want, it just shows that you're a narcissist and you're a bully. And you're going against everything that your Christian values say, right? You do not force your beliefs on people or your stupid religion with your stupid lying God on people, right? Go and close yourself in your closet
Mm-hmm.
with your hypocritical self and focus on your God and your sins in private and in peace. Maybe you pray, you pray. You know, they finish, pray for yourself.
Sorry, guys. Just give me a minute. I'm just trying to set up TikTok as well. Just give me a minute, please, and then we will. because what I have is a compilation of so what I have is a compilation of Adeboye's lies, right? And guys, please, as you're listening, can you do me a favor and share the videos, please? Share the videos, share for me, so we can get more people in. I pray that one day everyone on this page, their eyes will be open to the knowledge. Please, which eyes? Our eyes are already open. My eyes are not closed. No, look, my eyes are not closed. Hey Dima, how are you? I haven't seen you in a little while. Where have you been? Okay, guys, now let's go. Dima, right? Dima says, it's so annoying when believers think that they are helping me through prayers. So condescending. It is condescending. It is very condescending. It is very condescending. Right. So we are exposing the lies of Adeboye, Pastor E.A. Adeboye. Okay, right. So let's go. If you're listening on TikTok, you might want to see the videos. You might want to join on YouTube. But if you just want to listen, that's fine. Okay, so let's go. I'm going to play the video so you can hear some of the lies of Adeboye.
That's how we refer to him. He was an illiterate man, young man. He couldn't speak English. But God filled him. Some of you are old.
Wait, hold on. Let me increase the speed so that, because this man, he talks very slow. Somebody shout hallelujah.
You will remember the story of a man called Brother Sam. That's how we refer to him. He was an illiterate man, young man.
Can you hear? Can you hear it on TikTok?
He couldn't speak English. But God filled him so mightily with power, with anointing. Oh, there was something else. On one occasion, they invited him to come and preach in a teacher training college because they've heard about him. He told the people, well, I can't speak English, but
can you hear?
When I get there, we'll ask for an interpreter. When he got there, as soon as he opened his mouth, wanting to say, I can't speak English, beautiful Queen's English began to flow out of him. He didn't even know what he was saying. He spoke for 1 hour. And then all of a sudden, he saw people rushing forward to give their life to Jesus Christ, weeping. That's when he knew he must have preached in English. God preached through him.
Adeboye said that they have a friend. The man cannot speak English at all. But God wanted to use him. And the man went to go and preach somewhere. He opened his mouth. No, they said, wait, he could not speak or whatever. He could not speak the English. But when he mounted the stage, the Queen's English that was coming out of his, even he did not even understand what he was saying. But Queen's English just out of his mouth. Because God wanted to send somebody to speak, but God said, no, let's not use someone who can speak English. Let's go and find the one who cannot speak. That's the one that I want to speak. Oh, you guys, oh, I'm sorry. People on YouTube, did you see the video? Okay, you saw it. Okay, yeah, sorry. On my other screen here, I'm a bit behind on this other screen. Sorry, because I need to try and monitor the... Yeah, I need to try and monitor what's going on. As it is going on. Okay. So God now used somebody who knows how to speak English. Now God can't decide, say, now you go can't speak for me. What kind of wahala is this? Did you guys hear it or not? Wait, let me take it back, because you know there was a bit of commotion when I first started. But please listen, the lies of Adeboye. This guy, anytime Adeboye is speaking, please just know that the guy is lying. All right, let's go again.
Some of you are old. You will remember the story of a man called Brother Sam. That's how we refer to him.
Brother Sam.
He was an illiterate man, young man.
Okay.
He couldn't speak English. But God filled him so mightily with power, with anointing. Oh, it was something else.
Okay.
On one occasion, they invited him to come and preach in a teacher training college, because they've heard about him.
Yeah,
He told the people, well, I can't speak English, but well, when I get there, I will ask for an interpreter. When he got there, as soon as he opened his mouth, wanting to say, I can't speak English.
Okay, Adeboye, if truly your God knows what it is doing, your God needed to speak to those people. Your God will go and look for people that can speak English. This right here is a no. Just let's stop with the cap. This is capping. We are capping right now, hard. What the fuck? Talking about God wanted to speak to this person. Come on, man.
Beautiful Queen's English began to flow out of him.
I know. Right.
He didn't even know what he was saying. He spoke for 1 hour. And then all of a sudden he saw people rushing forward to give their life to Jesus Christ, weeping. That's when he knew he must have preached in English. God preached through him.
Oh, yeah?
Brother Sam was so highly anointed that if you are sick and he lays his hand on you, he will describe to you step by step how the sickness is flowing down until it enters to the ground. That's what Brother Sam. He raised at least 3 people from the dead. At least 3 that I know of.
Pastor. Brother Sam raised 3 people from the dead. Hey! Adeboye don't come. Adeboye has come. 3 people from the dead. Adeboye. This man. This man. Okay, so far so good. Do we have anybody who is believing anything Adeboye is saying? Please. You have a personal issue with this man as a... Wait, are you a pastor, or that you have issues with him being a pastor? I don't understand. Rich says not me. I mean, guys, we will have an opportunity to, have the conversation if people want to challenge us. So I'm streaming on YouTube and on TikTok as well. And there is opportunity for you to ask questions or to challenge us on either platforms. So if you are listening and you're thinking, that is my daddy in the Lord. Daddy meaning, that's my daddy. Hey, my papa, please. There will be an opportunity for you to come and challenge us or to, prove us wrong. Absolutely. So, hey, Rich, how are you? Hope you're doing well. So let's continue. Where is...
Then pride came. Brother Sam, let us go for Bible study.
How are you?
And Brother Sam will say, who's going to preach?
Thank you for the share.
And they say, Brother so and so, he said, how many people has he raised from the dead? Brother Sam ended up in Arrow. He would have been one of the greatest men of God in the world. Something came and destroyed his destiny. Stand on your feet. Cry to the Almighty God. There was a man who was a great socialist, a socialite. I think that's what they call it, socialite, here in Lagos. Very famous. The party has not started until he arrives. Because that's
it's very low. Sorry, the recording is very low.
And the stroke took away his voice. And I was in London, and we had a common friend. And that one begged me to come and pray for him in the hospital. He was in one of the top hospitals in London. When we got there in the hospital, we met his wife sitting by his side, and then the wife left. We prayed for him, and then we sat down to spend some time with him. And then he tried to make conversation. He tried to talk, but his voice was gone. So he patted the bed where the wife was sitting, made a sign in the direction the woman had gone, and then looked in the direction of our common friend. Oh, so our common friend said, "Oh, you want me to come and sit where your wife was sitting?" He patted the place again, pointed, and, "Oh, you want the pastor to come and sit next to you?" "You want us to go and call your wife?" 30 minutes later, by now he was sweating, we got the message he was trying to pass across. Your wife, who left, is coming back. 30 minutes to say a sentence when the voice is gone. You know how many people you phone in 30 minutes? You know how much you say. That's just one. Just put that in your pocket. One of my daughters was sick. Got to the hospital, they discovered that she had cancer of the voice box. Now, the only way to save her life is to cut the voice box off.
Okay. Adeboye, don't start. Okay,
so wait. What happened to the guy with the wife?
He was trying, listen, I think what he was trying to say was that the man was trying to say that the wife is the one, she's the problem. He's trying to say that, look, my wife, don't let her come near me. She go kill me when she come back or something like that.
Why did he just come out and say that? Because now he's jumping to a different story.
It's Adeboye. Adeboye is a man of stories. It's a man that tells stories. So Adeboye is about to tell us now about a woman who had cancer of the voice box. And the doctor says, let us cut off the voice box. Okay, this is where we are. We want to cut off voice box. Hey, Jezebella, hey, Afro Talk. We want to cut off voice box. Okay.
Hey,
so,
okay.
You people are listening. Sorry, the recording on this one is quite low. So, just listen, please. I beg you.
After they performed the operation, of course, she was crying. We were crying too, my wife and I, because she was close to the family. But we prayed. We prayed, assuring her that there's a God in heaven who can reverse the irreversible.
Okay.
Even though we just said that in faith. God have mercy on pastors. There are things we say that if you know how much of it we believe, it will frighten you. Years pass, or 2 years or 3. And then whenever we wanted to communicate with her, we had to text. We phone, she would text us in reply. And one day I traveled abroad and I came back home. And as I was coming out of the car, there was this woman who was rolling on the ground. And my children said, "What's wrong with this woman?" And I turned to look. And she said, "Daddy, it is me. I'm speaking again." Remember the story I've told you again and again of a woman who was.
So the woman whose voice box was cut off, 2 years later, he came to preach somewhere and he's coming down from his car or something like that. And this woman is rolling on the floor. She's rolling on the floor. Say, "Daddy, it is me. I can speak again." The trouble with Adeboye's stories is that he does not tell you the how, the whys, the what, the wheres, the whens. It doesn't tell you
the who's,
the who's. All we get is once upon a time. That's all we get.
Does this man ever read scripture? Like, does he ever read the Bible and preach from the Bible? Or this is what he does? He just goes there to tell stories.
Exactly, you know.
So people actually wake up on a Sunday, put on their Sunday best, threaten their kids to go to church or else. And then while on the way to church, threaten their kids to behave or else. Just to go and sit down on those uncomfortable chairs to listen to this nonsense?
Yes, my dear. Unfortunately, yes. And this is why,
Ah,
guys, going forward, we need to challenge these men. They tell us to respect our elders. Look at the lies that our elders are telling us. People on TikTok, I'm sorry, we started a bit late, but for you, let me play one that we listened to, one of Adeboye's lies that we listened to before I turn on TikTok. Please listen to this one. This one is a good one.
it's not playing, Afro.
Is it not? It's playing on my end.
No.
Oh, sorry, because oh, sorry about that. Okay, yeah. Sorry about that.
That's why I laughed when I heard that one joker said I was faking miracles. There's no need to fake miracles. Some of the miracles God has been performing in our midst, they're difficult to believe. I remember one when I was praying in my prayer room last night. God reminded me of one. A friend had cancer of the breast. They took her to the hospital, cut off that one breast so that she won't die. This lady went to visit her friend in the hospital, sad to see her in that situation. And they took one anointed handkerchief that we had prayed over and laid it on the wound and prayed. 2 weeks later, a new breast had grown.
Baba Adeboye said that he don't do.
My people, Adeboye said a woman's thingy was taken off due to cancer. Adeboye said one of his church members got an old handkerchief that they used to pray on, took it to her friend in the hospital. The thing grew back. The thing grew back. He said, if that is not a lie, I wonder what else is. If that is not a lie, I wonder what else is. And I am challenging any Adeboye believers to prove it that this is true. Enough of the nonsense. We are tired of old men's lies. We are tired. We are tired. Don't be lying to us like this anymore. We're not tolerating it. Enough. Okay, let's go back to
In the city of Ilorin, I had this peculiar sickness that whenever you switch on electricity, instead of the appliance working,
this one. You all need to hear this. Guys, Vessel, are you still there?
I'm still here, Afro. I am
No,
still here.
Vessel, you need to hear this one. You need to hear this one. You need to hear this one. Okay, please listen. Not listen. I don't go stop. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Yeah, listen, everyone.
remember this story I've told you again and again of a woman who.
If you want to see the videos on YouTube, you'll be able to see the videos. On TikTok, it's a bit so. But if you just want to listen, that's fine. This is why I've got my little speaker here, so you can hear the video play. Okay, so now let's go. Listen, everybody, listen to this particular story. And funny enough, guess who we have in the audience? Everyone, guess who we have in the audience while Adeboye is preaching? We've got Oyedepo and his wife. Look at them listening to the Lamba. Lamba jam Lamba.
Oh my goodness.
Lamba versus the Lambastious. These people. Hey. These are the people that have destroyed Nigeria. They have destroyed Africa. Now they are in the process of trying to destroy the world because they are spreading their tentacles all over the world. But no, we will put a stop to that nonsense. Hey, Shande, good to see you. Guys, please don't think I've forgotten Toby Adeboye. I'm just giving him a few days just to chill. He's on to his usual shenanigans right now. He's live right now talking about why and how we are unstoppable. Part 2. Okay, let him do what he's doing. They are unstoppable. You that they will soon. Anyway, let me not talk. Right. All right, let's go back to this guy. Please, everyone, I need you all to listen to this particular lie. This one is good. This is a very sweet lie. All right, so let's go.
Remember the story I've told you again and again of a woman who was in the city of Ilorin and had this peculiar sickness that whenever you switch on electricity, instead of the appliance working, the current will be flowing through her. You know the story. You switch on the fan, instead of the fan rotating, the woman will be rotating. You switch on electric iron, instead of the iron getting hot, the woman will be getting hot. That was the situation when they came to call us. And I told her, because in the house where she lived, you dare not put on the light. Give your life to Jesus Christ, you'll be translated out of the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of light. She gave her life to Jesus. We prayed a simple prayer. We switched on the light came on. We switched on the fridge began to work. We switched on the electric iron began to work. When you give your life to Jesus Christ, you are translated. And boy got born again. And they want
Vessel, where are you now?
I'm here, Afro, and I'm just thinking, this guy, I thought this guy started the church because he was, he received a call from God to start the church. Little did I know that no, the guy bought the church business from the other man. This is why he comes up to just preach nonsense. How is this man anointed when he literally bought the church business from the founder? From his own mouth.
Yeah. Okay, so for those people who were not here earlier on, okay, and for those people on TikTok, right, I'll play it again, Maximus. I will play it again. You didn't hear it, I'll play it again. Okay, so Adeboye, he was not the founder of Redeemed Christian Church of God. It had its founder, Pa Akindayomi, I think that's his name. So the man, Adeboye joined, and he was I think he was an interpreter. And the man was nearing the end. He was old, he was elderly. And the man told the pastors in the church, he said, look, we have a need. We need money. The church needs money. And he told the people, he said, go and empty your bank accounts and bring all your money. Pa Akindayomi said that to his pastors. Adeboye and his wife went and cleared their bank accounts. They were the only ones that cleared their bank account. They didn't have much, but they cleared it. And they came to the church and brought it. And while Pa Akindayomi said, did anybody here bring the money that I asked them to? Him and his wife were surprised. They were the only two in the front to bring their money. And so because of that, Pa Akindayomi said, this guy is very trustworthy. And this is why Pa Akindayomi handed over the church to him. So this is why Vessel said that Adeboye bought the church from Akindayomi because he had emptied his bank account. Hey, TikTok. Akindayomi gave the guy the church after he had emptied his bank account. So, these are the lies that they tell. So let me go back. For the people who didn't hear this particular one, let me go back. Please, you need to know this one is so good. It's so good. You need to hear it. It's just awesome. Listen to this.
Remember the story I've told you again and again of a woman who was in the city of Ilorin and had this peculiar sickness that whenever you switch on electricity, instead of the appliance working, the current will be flowing through her. You know the story. You switch on the fan, instead of the fan rotating, the woman will be rotating. You switch on electric iron, instead of the iron getting hot, the woman will be getting hot. That was the situation when they came to call us. And I told her, because in the house where she lived, you dare not put on the light. Give your life to Jesus Christ, you'll be translated out of the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of light. She gave her life to Jesus. We prayed a simple prayer. We switched on the light came on. We switched on the fridge began to work. We switched on the electric iron began to work. When you give your life to Jesus Christ, you are translated. And the boy got born again.
The man said, this woman had a strange illness. Electric current would work through the woman. So when you put on the fan, instead of the fan to turn on and rotate, she is the one rotating. Eh, my people, if you turn on the fridge, she starts cooling down. Eh? Then they came and called them. They came and called Pastor. And Pastor, they went and prayed for this woman. They turned on the fan. The fan turned on. And I want you to understand the kind of lies that this man tells. That electric current is going through the woman. Fan. They work. She. Huh? Maximus, did you hear it now? Hey, Bodilang. I mean, guys, like I said, if there's anyone who wants to challenge us, instead of you writing things in the comments, may God forgive you, may God do this. Listen, no one has time for nonsense. Your God can't do shit because your God, self, they listen to the lie. Your God that you want to forgive us, he's co-signing on the lies, and that's the God you want to forgive us? Come on now. A liar God. A God that condones lies. A God that co-signs on lies cannot forgive us. No. We don't have time for nonsense. So if you want to challenge, if you take any offense, because some people, let us know. And if you can prove it, if you are the woman that electric current was running through your system, I mean, hello, come on now. You can, signify, and we will let you speak. But Vessel there.
Yes, I'm here.
Electric current was running through the woman. Vessel, say something now.
I thought if I say something now, yeah, you're gonna say I started.
Okay.
Okay. So what about when they turned on the rabbits? Let me mute.
Senior Pataki said, what about the TV? Vessel say, what about the rabbits? Hey. What about the DILDO? Because there's some DILDOs that work via current, right? So what will happen with this? This is madness. This man's lies are just too much. And at some point, people need to go and say to this man, go sit down. Just go and sit down. Stop with the lies. All right, let's hear the next Lamba.
And they wanted to kill him in his country, so he ran.
Let me take it back a little.
Iron began to walk. When you give your life to Jesus Christ, you are translated. And the boy got born again. And they wanted to kill him in his country, so he ran. He came to London. And he had no papers, so he couldn't get a good job. And he was working in a fast food restaurant. that he held on fast to Jesus Christ. One day, one wealthy Arab came to London. He wanted to buy houses. He was loaded with money. But his English was poor. And he didn't know the process of buying a house in London. So when he sees a house that he likes, he will go to the fellow there and say, "House, I buy." And the fellow said, "Get away from here. Who told you I want to sell my house?" So after some time, he became tired and hungry. And he saw the pictures at the front of the restaurant that at least they were selling food there. So he branched there, sat down, and this Arab boy came to attend to him and had him murmuring in Arabic. Stupid people. I want to buy a house. They won't even sell to me. I don't know what's wrong with them. So the boy moved close and spoke to him in Arabic. What's the problem, sir? Ah, you speak my language? The boy said, yes. I wanted to buy a house and these people don't want to sell because I can't speak their language. The boy said, I can speak both English and Arabic. He said, will you please be my interpreter? For 3 days. The boy said, no, sir. I don't want to lose my job. He said, I will pay you well. The boy said, how much? He said, £1 million a day. The boy said, don't go. Went to the owner of the restaurant. Bye.
£1 million a day. Great. This Arabian man comes to the UK to buy houses, and he needs someone to help him. And then guess who is listening to him? Is one of Adeboye's people. Says, okay, I will do it for you. Say, no, I'm at my job. I can't leave my job. Okay, I will pay you £1 million per day. Hey, Virtue, how are you? I will pay you £1 million per day. Please, if anybody knows where that Arab man is, tell him I'll do it for half the price. But Vessel, do you think that's possible in London?
Afro, I don't know which Nollywood movie this man was watching. He just copied the script and changed a few characters. That's what he did.
Sinopataki. Oh, sorry, Vessel. You said he's copying from a script, yeah? Lamba. That's what you call Lamba. So Sinopataki says, I'm still puzzled about that Brother Sam's ending up at Arrow. Does Brother Sam not deserve his privacy? Why announce he ended up in a mental hospital and your anointed handkerchief cannot restore him? See, everything Adeboye says it's deliberate. He says these things to put his, these people are his puppets. RCCG members, they are his puppets. So to keep them in check, he says these things. He embellishes a lot of these stories just to try and put fear in these people. So that Brother Arrow, that one that ended up in Arrow, he said that just so that the people would know, don't become proud, right? If God gives you a gift, don't let that gift take over you and make your head swell, so you don't end up in Arrow like Brother Sam, right? Shonda says, Afro, I put it to you that this man deserves no minimal respect whatsoever. He deserves to be dragged from January up to December. If my teenage kids tell such lies, I will scold them. Like, Shonda, absolutely. We should not tolerate lies because it is an 80-something-year-old man. This is the reason why we are in the mess that we are in today. And guys, do you know, in Nigeria alone, the stats here says it has no less than 14 million followers. Nigeria has 200 and something million
No,
people,
not followers, church members.
church members, sorry, church members. So if Nigeria has 200 and something million people, please, people that can do percentage, not percentages, ratios. Please, if Nigeria is 230 million people, and this one man, one church, one denomination, one organization has 14 million of those 230 million. Please, what is the ratio? I want to know. What ratio of the Nigerians does Adeboye have in his own establishment? So you can understand the damage that this man single-handedly has done to Nigeria and to Africa. Single-handedly. About 30%, 5.6%. Come on, guys. I'm getting two figures, 30, 5.6. Which one is it? Okay, so listen, 230 million. And Adeboye has 14 million of those in his church. So what's the ratio? You know, because me, I'm Olodo. So 30%. Yeye Oba says it is 30%. Okay. Yeye Oba Eresa land. Aladewura said 30. Which one is it now? Is it 6% or is it 30%? You want me to go and do mathematics, and I'm not trying to do mathematics today. No. I'm not trying to do that. But okay, the bottom line is I need you to understand, right? I'm not a believer in God. I don't believe in God. Because there's so many of these things. People say, oh, Allah is my own God. Yahweh is my own. Osiris is my own God. Poseidon is my own God. All different gods. So, which one is it? Now, I hope you realize that if Adeboye's own God does not exist, if the God of Adeboye does not exist, that is 14 million people that have been deluded.
Yeah, it's about 6%, 6% of the population.
Okay, 6%. All right, thank you, everyone. That's about 30%.
No, 6%.
6% apparently is now 6%. But
Yeah.
think about it, that 230 million Nigerians, one of those 230 million is controlling 6% of the population. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. So next time when people say, oh, blame the politicians. Oh, why are you not talking to the politicians? And you have these people being controlled by this one man. And Adeboye is a politician. He may not have the heart of politician, but he is. Because the last vice president was from his church. And he's always in the government house. Adeboye, always in the government house. Recently came to light that one of Adeboye's sons was given a very big, massive contract, and he did not fulfill his what he was supposed to do. He did everything to try and to get the courts to not reveal the lies. Huh? Okay, so you want to switch from a lot of churches pay tribute and taxes to him. It's terrible. It's terrible. My statistics is superb. That's why I keep saying that these pastors are the ones who single-handedly impoverished the populace. You said it better than I would have said it. They are the real generational curse. I don't believe in generational curses, but if there is a generational curse, Adeboye is the generational curse that we need to get deliverance from. Let's continue with his lies. Okay. Let me take you guys to when Adeboye said he drank tea with God. And let's see. No, this video is too low. Hold on, give me a second. When Adeboye said he drank tea with God. 1 second. Sorry. Hey Leah Loda, how are you? Good to see you, Leah. Leah, there's a video I'm gonna send to you. There's a video I need to send to you. We streamed on YouTube yesterday. We were talking about Toby Adeboye, and how he influences all the other pastors. And we talked about Dag Heward Mills. And there was a video that we watched yesterday. It was disturbing. It was disturbing. Oh my goodness. It was Vessel.
Yeah, that wasn't on. That wasn't on.
In fact, I might be able to play it. Hold on. I might be able to play the video. Just give me a second. So you can see. Just give me a second. Let's see. It's not Adeboye, guys, but this is very important. Because in the UK, what is happening is a growing trend now. Most pastors, they bring in young people into their churches. They're not interested in the older generation anymore. They only want young people. So, and a lot of them are just copying from Toby Adeboye and Leah Loda. She is a survivor, and she is speaking out against cults on TikTok and now on YouTube. So please follow her, Leah Loda. Say hi so they know that that's you. That's Leah Loda. And I hope you're feeling better now, Leah. So where's that video? Okay, right, this is it here. If you are on YouTube, you'll be able to see the video. But wait, give me a second. Which one was it? It was this one yesterday. Which one was it? It was this one. Okay, I think it was this one.
If you're a small girl, people will be listening because the words you are speaking, they are very powerful. Do you listen to messages?
Yes, Daddy.
A lot?
Yes, Daddy.
Messages like what?
I listen to the
You can
recent
hear it.
camps.
Let me see
Listen
if
to
I can.
Candle in the Dark over
Hold
and
on.
over again.
Wait, let me
You listen
stop.
to Candle in the Dark over and over?
It is disturbing. Okay. I will have to turn my camera around. You know the girl? Nana? Oh, really? Okay, let me just show this. Let's see. I need to take off the effects. Take off the effects now. Okay. And then turn the camera around. How do I turn it around? Okay, here. Here we go. Right.
If you're a small girl, people will be listening because the words you are speaking, they are very powerful. Do you listen to messages?
Yes, Daddy.
A lot?
Yes, Daddy.
Messages like what?
I listened to the recent camps. I've listened to Candle in the Dark over and over again.
You listen to Candle in the Dark over and over?
Yeah.
How many times?
Countless. I got
Countless. Don't try to increase. The voice is naturally soft. It can't go up. Don't you spoil your microphone. Kashata pasalaba.
Yes,
You
he's going
listen
to
to
say it
Candle in
here.
the Dark how many times? Countless.
He's going to say it here. That's his baby jet. Yes. He's going to say it here. It's yes, daddy. Eh? Listen to yes, daddy. And then he's going to go on to say that her father owns a church. So you are telling me that a father will come and hear his own child calling another, yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Hey, Phil, it's terrible, oh. And these are happening this in the UK. Toby has influenced all these other people. They only want young people in their church. I won't play too much of it. But Leah, I'll send it to you. I don't know if you've seen this one before.
It will be a small girl, and people will be listening because the words you are speaking, they are very powerful. Do you listen to messages?
Yes, Daddy.
A lot.
Yes, Daddy.
Messages like what?
I listened to the recent camps. I've listened to Candle in the Dark over and over again.
You listen to Candle in the Dark over and over?
Yeah.
How many times?
Countless. I got
Countless. Don't try to
You
increase.
know
The
what,
voice is
Afro?
naturally soft. It can't go
Afro,
up.
I don't like this
Don't you
interaction.
spoil your microphone. Kashata pasalaba.
I
You
don't like
listen
this
to Candle in the
interaction. Well,
Let me turn the camera around. Wait, you got two thingies. Wrestle that noise. Okay. So you will turn off the other one when you're
yes, I've turned
okay.
it off. I'm saying I don't like this interaction.
Yeah.
This interaction is not pure.
I want to say, Afro Atheist, thank you for all the work that you do. You're an absolute queen.
Thank you.
Like, we appreciate you as a collective. I just want to say with Daggy as well, I've got to keep this clean because this is my main account. Just quickly, that's Nana, that's Baby Jet. I can't remember her dad's name, but she's like a prominent daughter of a high-ranking bishop in the cult. And so she's a second-gen cult member, and she was sent to like start one of these church cult campuses that they have on the uni campus. So basically, she is the epitome. She's like the model, trad Christian woman. Like his ideological perspective of what that should be. When you look at the soft voice, when you look at the the use of daddy, she is the example, the epitome of what it means to be a spiritual daughter of the house. I also want to just quickly touch on when she was saying we're soaking in the messages over and over again. They have camps where they take us for 3 days. We're put in mind-altered states. We're sleep deprived. We don't get to eat. We don't get to leave the room. This is like 24 hours intensive indoctrination. So we're encouraged to like soak in these messages because the cult leader had he believes that when he was listening to Kenneth E. Hagin's message that a spirit jumped out and entered into him, and then another voice said, "From today you can preach." So he believes in capturing the anointing. He believes in the soaking of tapes, but we all know that that's just hallucinations and literally like religious. He's in a religious psychotic state, and then it could also be schizophrenia as well. So there's all of these very dangerous practices and ideologies that are coupled, and that's why you see, the outcome of what this girl is doing. And it's Dag is very sadistic. He's got a lot of fetishes around, the humiliation of women. So I think we can see that in the video as well. Yes, Caris is a cult. It's a sister cult to First Love. I just thought I'd share that.
The things that you're saying, this video, it's so revealing because he's going to go on and call her his baby jet. He's going to go on and say There's something that they did in this video. I want to ask you. He broke out in tongues, right?
Yeah.
Shakakakaka. And then everybody were responding. They were even doing their hand like there's something. I receive it or something. I receive it. I receive something. Is that a thing?
Yeah. So basically, oh God, Queen. You know, there's so much to this, but basically, the tongues is the main thing that they use to put us into mind-altered states during the pandemic. Dag that's where the flow church comes from. During the pandemic, he birthed the flow church, and basically he had us praying from 3 a.m. in the morning until 2 p.m. the next day for 2 weeks straight. So they use that, you know, to get us into mind-altered states so that we just turn into robots and machines. So it's almost, the way I describe the tongues is it's almost like cult jargon. So he's got the cult leader, he gets worldly beats and then he writes his own lyrics over it. So there's actually a song. You know that song, na 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 na, come a chameleon, come and go. They've actually got a song. We speak in tongues, and they go shabaya. So they just use this. It's not even tongues. I don't know what the hell they're doing in there. I don't know what demonic language that is, chat. But they do that up, and then we will respond with our own cult language that we say shabaya, wazabanga. And that's the cult jargon that we use. So it's almost like another language that we speak. Hey, Miss CH, I'm in the car. So it's like another language that we speak in the cult. So we will answer back. But we don't know what we're saying. We don't know what it means. We don't know what the hell we're doing.
Oh my goodness.
So you'll see them doing that, responding back with the cult jargon. And again, you have to be in the fold. You have to be able to flow. You have to be able to flow in the spirit and flow with what's going on, you know. So people do it and they don't even know why they're doing it. And that's facts.
It's you know, I mean,
Queen, I just want to say, I know you focus on Nigerian pastors, but you see Dag, he is one of the most dangerous, sophisticated Christian fundamentalist cult leaders of our day and time.
He's not sophisticated. Sorry, I'm sorry. He's not sophisticated. Sophisticated? Sophisticated where? How? Did you hear, Leah? Did you hear? Don't answer one. Don't answer two. Don't answer. And you call that sophisticated?
The guy who produced that tune, he's not even in the cult anymore. They turned him mad. He's left now.
Don't answer one. Don't answer two. That's not sophisticated at all. My goodness. Wow. Yesterday we even touched on David Antry, because all these pastors, they're all now recruiting youngsters.
Yeah. They recruit, but so basically what happened was pre-First Love, like before 2011, he indoctrinated us so badly that like it was like archaic. You had to wear skirts to your knees, you couldn't wear weave, you couldn't wear makeup, you couldn't do, everything was haram. And then when he had to discard us, and then he started First Love, and then he made a rule: don't bother with anybody over 25. You can't. He said to us, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Focus on the young people. We are recruiting young people. That was the directive. We should leave old people. They don't. It's just the young people. So they recruit and target young, naive people. That's why they have the church cult set up. David Antry does exactly the same thing, because David Antry is a spiritual son of the house and he copies Dag as a blueprint. So that's why they do it. They're easy to indoctrinate. They're naive and they're vulnerable.
That's just terrible. Vessel, did you want to say something? Vessel, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that interaction with that baby jet, it doesn't look pure. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look clean. There's something about it that is just wrong. It irks me. It irks me deep inside. And this guy, the way he's just standing so close to her in her personal space, staring into her face, and there's a part where he stumbles over his words. No.
Wait, hold on.
It's just creepy.
Please let me play it again, please.
Yeah. It's just creepy.
I mean, if anyone wants to see the video, if you're on TikTok, it's on. You can see the video on YouTube. But let me play it again. Just listen. This is a pastor and his very young church member. It's a young girl.
It will be a small girl, people will be listening because the words you are speaking, they are very powerful. Do you listen to messages?
Yes, Daddy.
A lot.
Yes, Daddy.
Messages like what?
I listen to the recent camps. I've listened to Candle in the Dark over and over again.
You listen to Candle in the Dark over and over?
Yeah.
How many times?
Countless. I don't know.
Countless. Count. Don't try to increase. The voice is naturally soft. It can't go up. Don't you spoil your microphone. You listen to Candle in the Dark how many times? Countless.
Countless times. Over and over.
Over and over and over. That's how we listen to messages. Candle in the dark.
Yes, Daddy.
Why? You want to be a candle in the dark?
Yes, Daddy. I really do.
Right.
Wow.
She wants to be a candle in the dark.
Do you think people should listen to this camp over and over?
Yes, Daddy. I'm just can't wait to go and listen again and again.
That's how people become powerful.
That's how they
I'm sure
become
her
powerful.
church is bigger than her father's church. Does your father have a church?
Yes, Daddy.
I don't want to ask you whether your church is bigger than your father, in case he's watching. It's my baby jet. Yes. It's moving.
She's my baby jet.
Winning souls. You see them following her flocks. Do they follow you to the car or where you are going?
Yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy.
Why do they follow you? They are seeing you off.
Yeah, I can't get rid of them.
You can't get rid of them.
Yes, Daddy.
Like they love you.
Tell them this does not sound like
I guess.
yes. This don't sound like
Why are they following you?
Bedroom voice.
You give them words of wisdom.
I don't know. Sometimes we're just talking and fellowshipping, and sometimes my parents will come and pick me, and they're just like, "What are all these people doing around the car?"
Your father will come and pick you, then they all come around the car.
Yes, Daddy.
Because your daddy has come to pick you to home, isn't it?
Yeah.
To go home.
Yeah.
And your flocks surround the car.
Yes, Daddy.
And they'll be saying what? LP.
Yes, Daddy.
Yes. Fruits from soaking. Again and again. It's not news, it's soaking. And do you ask questions when you are listening to preaching?
Yes, Daddy.
What questions do you ask?
Okay, that's it.
One of the questions.
Fruits from soaking. And he even described, he said, soaking. So she is a fruit from soaking. What have they soaked her into? Mr. Dag, what are you? This is modern day church. Leah, you survived this 18 years of this BS.
Yeah. It's, like, you see as well when she said candle in the dark, like there's another video, because I'm going to do a piece on this tomorrow, but there's another video where Dag sacks, basically, do you understand what I mean when I say sacks everyone on here? He sacked a pastor on the spot because he asked him, what message are you listening to? And he couldn't tell him a message that he's listening to. So the level of control in there, you need to be listening to Dag's messages. They do this cult practice called Titus and Crete. And basically, we get an invitation. We have to wear work uniform. So we have to wear black suits with white shirts. We come to the church cult for 3 days. We get humiliated, ridiculed, and punished. There's a panel of high-ranking members that come, and we are quizzed. And I don't want to say quizzed. We are, interrogated. Interrogated about Dag's books. Interrogated about scriptures. We could be asked to quote a scripture anywhere in the Bible. We could be asked to give excerpts from any book from Dag's. We have to do revision in the lead up, and people are literally broken down. Pastors have thrown chairs, thrown mics, turntables, because people were not given the answers. People are demoted as pastors. This is the kind of stuff that goes on. So that's why I'm saying, like, at face value, you're thinking about it being quite over eggshellized and this, that, and the third. But actually, if somebody could not answer those questions, then it would turn into interrogation, ridicule, punishment, embarrassment. So that's what happens. So you have to know what is hot, you have to be listening to a message and you have to be able to quote it. That's part of it. That's part of the culture. So that's why he's using her as an example. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because this is how these are how all of the young girls in the cult are supposed to be. Softly spoken. Also, I want to quickly mention, I don't know if you've looked into his wife. She's an absolute mess. No, Lady Reverend Adelaide. This is how she talks, like that. I'm Lady Reverend Adelaide Mills, and I must serve my husband. I am to be submissive. So, you know, that's the culture in the church cult. So she's trying to speak like, because we have to be like Adelaide. So if you go and see Adelaide, you'll see that Baby Jet is emulating Adelaide. Do you understand?
So he really called this young lady his Baby Jet.
Because he takes over, like Dag becomes the father of all of us in the cult, including her parents. So that's why even when he said, "Oh, your dad has a church, but I don't think he's got as many people as you," so it's also like embarrassment, and he ridicules. Do you understand? He breaks parents down in front of their children, but then in the one vein, he's telling us, honor your mother and father, but then you've just broken down her dad and embarrassed him in front of his child. So there's a lot of contradictory and a lot of hypocrisy. So it's like, in the cult, Dag is the ultimate. He comes before God, before the fathers. They're all indoctrinated and all brainwashed. So that level of submission is because, as we know, with the cult characteristic, you know, the cult leader is seen as the infallible truth, the ultimate authority, and that's what we're seeing in that clip. It's sadistic, it's very weird to pin down exactly what's going on in there. Does that make sense? Just because of the dynamic of the dysfunction. It's very dysfunctional.
Wow. Guys, you guys follow Leah. Just if you are on YouTube, I'm going to put her name in the comments. Please look for her. She does fantastic work exposing these cult leaders, especially the ones in the UK. Let's see, Leah Loader. Let me put. And you've got a YouTube channel as well. I recently followed
I'm just working on that at the moment.
Are you better now? Are you out now?
Yeah, I'm still in recovery. That's why I haven't gone live. But someone sent me your live, and I couldn't resist it. When I saw you start talking, I said, "Oh, I've got to come on and speak, Queen."
Oh, fantastic.
Do you know what I mean? Whenever you're talking about my cult leader, I could be on my unalivement bed. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna come on and speak because he just absolutely destroyed my life. I don't know if people know I live with a chronic illness. I don't want to get emotional. I probably might. Sorry, Queen. You know, I'm just fighting for my life at the moment. My mental, physical health. I've just come out of hospital. I live with a chronic illness. I live with Addison. I've got diagnosis of kidney disease, hyperadrenalism. It's all to do with the trauma. You know, I gave absolutely everything to this cult. I gave absolutely everything, and they just rinsed me dry. It was just 24 hours a day. It just felt like I was in a you-know-what camp. Just my mind, my body, everything was just pushed to the absolute limit. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you don't get any break. It's just constant. You're bounded by choice. You've got to be in there 24 hours a day with all of your other commitments, and they absolutely destroy lives.
Yeah,
so many people have unalived. So many people have unalived Afro-atheists. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because of the trauma and the you-know-what that happens in the cult. People don't get health checkups because they're teaching this false doctrine of health, wealth, and prosperity. Oh, believe in the Lord. You shall live and not unalive to declare the works of the Lord. Someone mentioned Caris. Justice for Tammy. For Tammy. Tammy was 17 years old when she joined Caris. Mm-hmm. She unalived at 23 years old. Her sister came on the live to tell us. Yeah?
I was there.
You were in that live.
Yes.
She was given a terminal cancer diagnosis. She didn't tell her family for the first 3 months. They were telling her she rejected all medical treatment, and her family found out in the last 3 months. Do you understand what I'm telling you? They have 3 months with their daughter. Then when she unalived after giving her whole life, do you think David Antwi came to see her? Do you think Pastor Timothy came to see her? Do you know who came to see her? Someone from the head of department. The girl gave like 7 years of her life. This is an epidemic. It's a miracle I'm alive. I went into Addison's crisis a few years ago. Queen, my kidney function was so low, I nearly unalived. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I was supposed to be at a choir rehearsal that night If I had gone to that choir rehearsal right now, I would have unalived in the church.
Guys, we're talking about church. We're talking about pastors. We're talking about these preachers. They demand your time. They demand your money. They demand your attention. They demand your, everything. They will suck you dry.
Yeah.
And now, Leah, 18 years she was in that church. And now she's living with a chronic illness after coming out of that cult. It's please tell us, you've got a support group, right, for ex-cult members?
Yeah. Did you say have I got support?
A support group, yes, for yourself and others as well, just for people who are interested, but most importantly, Leah, have you got support?
Yeah, so I'm linked in with the mental health community services, so I'm an outpatient with that and an outpatient with endocrinology. We've set up a support group, so if anyone is interested, just message me, because we do that once a month, and that's a support space led by survivors for survivors. There's no lead, we just come on and share and just work through our trauma as a collective. I've got a very supportive family. I have a queen of a mother. And the collective have been absolutely amazing in their support with me as well. So, I've always got someone to reach out to, but I just want if anyone's listening on the FYP, if anyone's here and they've been invited to any of these church cults, please don't attend, because they recruited me when I was 18 years old. I married a man I didn't know. I was engaged in 2 months because of the beloved doctrine. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I married a man I didn't know in under a year and was pregnant with my first child. All of a sudden, I'm in friggin' the other side of the blooming. I'm in the countryside now. I'm far away from my family. I'm isolated. I'm by myself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, as a 25-year-old, it's just been absolutely traumatizing. Absolutely traumatizing.
And guys, please let me just add this. I don't believe in God. Leah believes in God. Leah believes in God. Thank you, Shola-san. Right? But the beauty about what Leah does is, even though she believes in a creator, she can still call out the people who are doing these evil things. She can still call these things out. Right? And look, there must come a point where it's no longer about beliefs, what we believe or don't believe, right? We can come together, irrespective of beliefs or no beliefs. Yeah, we can come together. After all, we are humans.
Yeah.
We are humans. That's what matters. And we can work together. We can call out these evil men. Huh? So you've got a support group with other survivors, yes?
Yeah, because we've set up a CIC called Hold the Hope, and under that umbrella, we do like a team support group once a month. We've only done one so far, so we'll be doing one. Most likely it'll be next month. We'll do one. There was something else that I think I wanted to say as well, and that's the thing. Like, obviously, I believe in God. I do share some stuff here and there, but I don't really share much scriptures. You'll see me do it once in a blue moon, because it is very triggering for people. When I first left, I couldn't even look at the Bible. Do you know what I mean? It just made me feel absolutely sick, because I was abused through the Bible. But I want to say, this is not about the Bible. This is not about religion. This is about abuse. This is about people, being brainwashed. This is about people losing their life. This is about people losing their mind. That's what it's about. That is what the core focus is. I focus on cult tactics and characteristics, and I focus on breaking down and unmasking the evil, wicked practices that they use. IDGAF. You could believe it. You could be a unicorn. You could be identify as a unicorn, LGBTQ plus Muslim, whatever. If you are on exposing these church cults, we are together. We are unified as one. This is what we're doing up. I don't care. I'm not interested in what you do, whatever. This is about exposing the church cults, because it is an epidemic worldwide. I'm starting with the UK because I need to get them out of my city, period, point blank. However, this is an epidemic. This is a global epidemic. I think about the children where those structures and those processes are not in place. I think about the women where they don't have safeguarding, they don't have laws in place. that are getting raped and essayed by men. That's what I think about. So my heart really is with this, you know, like as a global issue. But right now we need to start in the UK, where we have the legislation and we have the policies and we have so many rights here to be able to make changes. Then I think we can look at, you know, like over shores, because it is an epidemic, Queen. It's a virus. It's a virus. As soon as people go in, they catch it. Do you know it can take it takes 3 to 2 weeks to indoctrinate, 3 days to 2 weeks to indoctrinate someone. Do you know that? Do you realize that?
3 days to 2
3
weeks.
days, between 3 days to 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
3 days to 2 weeks.
Oh, goodness.
Hey Jay, 3 days to 2 weeks.
Hey Jay.
So it's not, they don't need long periods of time. That's why you're seeing young people going into psychosis in 3 months of being there, 6 months. I've got Caris survivors that were in Caris for less than a year, and they're fighting for their mental health. They're fighting for their mental health. They're fighting to stay out, to not get sectioned, child. I've got people that were in there for under a year. So if you imagine, because the indoctrination is not just through the preaching, babe. It's the one-to-one interaction you get. It's every time they speak. Everybody has the voice and mind of the cult leader. No one has critical thinking. No one has a mind of their own. So every single thing they tell you is indoctrination. That's what it is. It's constant.
And you know something, Leah? The thing is, they all copy from each other. So yeah. they it's working for Dag. I might as well adopt. They go and buy Dag's books and start, you know, utilizing his skills and his methods. So when you call out one, like this one that I'm busy calling out. You call out this one. The same will apply to the others as well.
Yeah.
Right. And we are at that stage where we're no longer tolerating the BS that they told us from when we were young. Oh, you've got to do it this way. You've got to do things this way. There is a God that is telling you you must not wear trousers. Can you imagine? Yeah. God cares about what you wear. Come on now. Come on.
And I think that's the reason, babe, why we're seeing the hypocrisy and just straight up lies and human fecal matter that is the mega church. Because now they were saying you got to wear skirts to your ankle. You can't wear wigs. You can't wear weave. Why are you wearing makeup? Have you seen the people that are going now? So all of the people that predated that time, where we completely stripped ourselves of just even looking normal, because everything in the world was evil. Everything in the world was wicked. Now the churches have become more worldly than the world. So you destroy my life. You tell me that the world is evil. Now when I'm looking at the church, I've been out for a couple of years. Now I'm seeing that the church is more worldly than the world. And you want me to sit down and not say, everybody's getting exposed, bruv.
Yes,
everyone's getting exposed. Yes, everyone's getting exposed, bruv. Everyone.
It's happening.
Everyone's getting exposed in this beat. Everyone's getting exposed. Everyone's getting exposed, bro, because they're not teaching the right thing in there. And you know what? I won't even get into religious things. It's okay. You know, because they're malignant narcissists, they lack empathy. They don't have empathy. They can't feel, babe. They can't feel. That's why they can make those cold-hearted decisions. Do you understand what I'm saying? To just discard and destroy people's lives. That's why they do it. They don't feel. I have to look at myself. Do you know what happened to me in the pandemic? Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to get over it in this lifetime. You know, I was speaking to a survivor the other day. She said the amount of pressure that they were putting us under to target and recruit people. She said that she was getting nosebleeds. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like, that is how, like, my sister right now is fighting for her mental health. And that is mainly because of what happened to us in the pandemic.
Wow.
Do you understand? Because we were trying to process the fact that we had this global, you know, pandemic, and then Dag's getting us to set up online churches and be working around the clock to get these people online. They were having meetings with us every day. We were doing prayers every day. We were praying from 3 a.m. to 2 p.m. Then we were having WhatsApp groups. We used to have to say amen every 30 minutes, babe. Long 6-hour prayers around the clock. We did not sleep. That whole pandemic, that whole lockdown, I did not sleep. I barely got an hour sleep.
Why?
Barely an hour sleep.
Why?
Because basically during the pandemic, yeah, because the churches got closed down, he told us we had to set up online churches on Facebook. So we had to set up watch parties where we would stream Dag Eward-Mills preaching. We then had to recruit people online. So we had to go on Facebook. I had to be adding people, talking to people. Remember, they're all over the world. So I've got people in India, I've got people in, America, I've got people that are 3 hours behind me, 2 hours before. We have to, do you understand what I'm saying? Like the pressure to invite these people was absolutely nuts. Then because they knew that we weren't physically going to the church, they were losing control. So they were setting up meetings every single day for us to go to. It was pointless. Preaching Dag's books. Then I had to preach, and this is going to be all over the place, guys, because I'm a trauma survivor. I had to preach as well every Wednesday. We had to do online follow-up, online visitation, where we were doing video calls with people. It was just constant. We had to send these messages because, it's hard to get someone on. You've got to interact with them. Do you understand? They don't just come. Charis is a cult. They don't just come. You've got to do the follow-up. You've got to be constantly speaking to people. So whilst people were actively unalive and around us, the main core focus was recruiting people to come on to these online services in the watch party. I can't explain the level of pressure. It was like targets. It was like, we need to get the people on. We need to get the people on. We need to get the people on. It was like constant targets. It was like constant pressure to get these people on, like just constant. We were having meetings about targets. And then they had a form that we had to fill in, a Google Docs form. And I'm going to do a piece on this, exposing it. I've got everything. And basically we had to submit these forms every time. And guys, I need you to understand, it wasn't just one services. Sometimes it was like 3 services in a day, and we would have to fill out these forms saying how many people were. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Yes.
We had to say how many people were coming. We had to put down how many first timers were there. Then, oh my God, this is going to be all over the place. All right. So once we got them on the watch party, they're there, they're watching Dag on this Facebook watch party, but then they changed the rules and they said that the people that come on had to be on for 11 minutes minimum to be able to receive something. So now we had to sit there and track, and you know how it is online, people come in and out. It's so hard to monitor it. So we're sitting there having to time. So we see someone come on, we've got to put on our timer and time if they've been there for 11 minutes for them to be classed as someone who has attended the service. This is the type of control that was going on in the pandemic.
No way.
Yes way. And because this was like an elevated position, because I became a Gwasenta leader, so mainly the people that were doing my role were pastors in the cult. Do you understand? So I got more of understanding during the pandemic of what it was like to be at that role, like, behind the scenes. So with the Google Doc forms, and when I got this position, my pastor turned around and she said to me, because Sister Philippa is an Episcopal female bishop, my pastor turned around and she said to me, Leah, I've been told by the headquarters in Ghana, and Sister Philippa has told me, make sure that whoever it is that you choose for this role, that they have to be trusted. They have to be a person that we can trust. Because you see, now that I've left, I've got all the documentation. I've got all the emails that I was sending to the headquarters. I've got all of the spreadsheets. I've got all of the Google Doc forms, so I can now expose them to show that it's a pyramid scheme, because that's all it is about. That's all it was about, was targets. And that's when I clocked during the pandemic. This is about bums on seats. Another thing I want to mention as well is I was put in this position where I had a Zoom church and I used to preach every Wednesday. We had classes with Sister Philippa and high-ranking bishops around the world that taught us and groomed us how to preach and how to collect offerings. So what they would tell us to do is we have to rebuke the people. So basically, during the pandemic, we had to incite fear. Oh my gosh. We have to rebuke the people, yeah? Then they would say to us, when you're rebuking them, you can't just fire the people. You can't just pepper them. So you have to now come in with, so we would say, what are you doing? You are there watching the Kardashians. What is the Kardashians doing for your life? What is it doing for your soul? All you do is sit down and watch the telly. You don't serve God. The time that you're watching the telly, you could be praying to God. But here you are. You have become a disgrace, an abomination. But there is hope. There is hope in the Lord Jesus Christ. He can save you. That's what they told us to do. You have to come in and now encourage the people, because you can't just be rebuking them. And then they told us after that, when we've uplifted the people and we've brought them up, we now need to ask for the offerings. So there's specific scriptures. Will a man rob God? And you know the one about your barns overflowing?
Yes.
Just all the bait scriptures. So they actually taught us how to preach, how to do up fear, incite fear and control. Then, so we're breaking them down through the fear, through the breaking down of people, inciting, bringing in heaven and hell. That's what they said. You always got to bring that in. And then we bring them up with the, you can believe in Jesus. There is a hope. There is a, and then we go into the offering. That's the same blueprint.
Wow. that is a cult. That right there is cult-ish. And you see a video like this one that we were playing earlier on. This is cult leader and his cult follower. This is yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy.
Can I just quickly say that a lot of women have been raped and essayed in the cult? I have a survivor that was raped by a high-ranking minister for many, many years that lives with a chronic disability and illness right now, and essayed by a high-ranking minister that we will be exposing this year. There was also a TSA, we're called Talented Solo Artists, because I was a minister of song in the cult. If you go on YouTube and you type in First Love is a Cult, she was essayed by her Pastor Daniel. When she reported that she was put under an interrogation session by Bishop Richard Aye, and then Daniel was transferred, because when the pastors essaying great women, they transfer them. They call it pastor shuffling, So they did a pastor shuffling, and they transferred Pastor Daniel to Ghana and gave him a brand new shiny title called Apostle. And I think he's now I think he's a bishop. So there's a culture of graping and essaying in the cult as well. I just thought I'd mention that.
So would you say that what happened in this in First Love, it happens in other churches as well?
Girl, I've got a child of a missionary now that was in South America, babes. Yeah, and she got a message from someone on Facebook. The girl okay, let me calm down. Calm it down. So they go and set up churches all around the world, Dag has 3,500 churches. But that's why I said sophisticated. Not that he is sophisticated, but you know, like how you get different fraudsters, like you see, because they're all fraudsters. So Toby is outlandish. We see what he's doing. He drives the Lambos. Dag is smart. He's an evil genius because he doesn't show his wealth. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's how he's been able to build the empire that he's built.
Unlike Toby.
Right. Because Dag is the real billionaire. Dag's got the real money. That's why when I was exposing stuff, I said, you lot don't have no chat for me, babe, because my daddy is a billionaire, He's got that's real money right there. That's real money. So anyway, this girl, that she's a child of a missionary, and she was in South America, because they move all around the world. Anyway, long story short, this woman, you lot catch the tea. This woman was on Facebook running around in these streets trying to find her baby daddy, because the pastor impregnated her. So he had a bait name. Let's say the name was like Ajaman or Asamawa or whatever. She was on Facebook adding everyone with that surname. And the pastor's child just happened to have the same surname, So she's going to message her up like she's trying to look for her baby daddy because she's struggling in South America. So this is what I'm saying to you. This is a worldwide epidemic. Wow. This is not like, do you understand? And the thing is, the women that they essay and they grape, they're usually like, it's because this, what I need everyone to understand is this cult started in a little canteen in Ghana, in Dag's medical school. I've forgotten the medical, in Korlebu, in his medical school. Yeah, that's where it started.
Is he a medical doctor?
He's a doctor, babe. He got his medical degree in the 80s.
What is it with these people? This other pastor I was talking about, that one is a professor, mathematician. What is wrong with these people?
Because they're narcissists. You know, narcissists are attracted to these roles, babe. Especially, doctors, we move more into sociopathy, really, don't we, when we talk about doctors? Because it's that thrill of the ability to be able to give and take away life. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's why Dag was attracted to that role. That's what I believe. Yeah, but it started off as a small little so basically he built the church off medical students, nurses, doctors, whatever. So there's a lot of them here in the UK. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So it started off as it's a family cult. The highest echelon of the cult, they're all related. It's like his in-laws, it's his cousins, they're all related, child. And then he's an elitist, so he gets all of the pastor's kids to marry each other and they grow up like brother and sister. Do you understand? So it's like a family cult. So that's how they draw you in. That's how they get you in. Do you understand? Because he said, and when he was accused of his cult being a cult, he said, "My God is not that God. It is our family. We are not that God." You know, that was the first thing that he said, because it's you know, it's such a fun.
We watched the video yesterday. We watched it yesterday.
Yeah, that's what. Hey, Bree, that's what they do up in there, girl. So that's why I stayed so long, Because Dag, I've met Dag, because what you need to understand is in my day, I joined in the 2000s, in it, 06. So when we used to have camps with Dag, it was maximum 200 people, maximum. We were in little hotel rooms. Dag, it was like Dag was sitting there talking to us because there weren't a lot of us. When I joined, that's when the church started to expand. I was the first of the like normal kids that helped the church to grow. So when people ask me, did you meet Dag? Yes, I did meet Dag loads of times, babes, in the camps. But my spiritual father was just a normal pastor in a church somewhere, but they all worship Dag and they all take on his pseudo personality. Does that make sense? So they're all, it's like having Dag there because they all talk, walk, speak like Dag. Everyone's got Dag's mind. There's no individuality. Everyone thinks like Dag. Everyone thinks like Dag.
You have to. You have to. I mean, do you have a copy of this particular video? This one where she's busy going on. Yes.
Yeah, girl, I saved it today. I was going to do content on that tomorrow.
Okay. Yes, Daddy. That was disgusting. Actually, when I saw it, I thought, oh, sugar. Leah, I need to, get this to Leah somehow.
But that's how the wives are. That's how the wives are, babe. I got a memory from Facebook, of a post I put about my husband saying, you have to submit to your husband, do everything. I just felt sick when I looked at the post. Like, that's how they indoctrinate us. They train us to be submissive, to not answer back to the man, to obey your husband, to not have a voice. And you have to do the same. It's because it's misogynistic. Do you understand? That's why they get us to marry so young. Any first lover, anyone that comes from this church cult under Dag Goodman, I can guarantee you 25 and under, they're married child. Historically, do you understand? Because they're getting their ducks in a row now. But from my era, we were all getting married at 23, 25 years old, 21, 22. Do you understand what I'm saying? They get you to marry young. That's how they get you isolated and trapped in the self-sealing system because you don't know what you're doing. Then the man's the head. So he's going to dictate everything to you. But remember, the man's the puppet because they're all controlling him. That's why they do arranged marriages, because they arrange the marriage so that they can continue to control the women. Because there's way more women in the cult than there are men. And the women are the machine behind the cult. We keep that machine galvanized. We keep it moving. Leah. It's us.
Leah. You basically inspired the stream I did yesterday, right? I was talking about all these different pastors, and I'll tell you what their names are. There was Dag, there was the RPF man, there was David Antwi, and NGRM, and Toby, right? And the one thing that they have in common, well, a few things they've got in common, is that these are African men.
Yeah.
These are all African who came over to the UK, right? But these men, instead of doing, an honest day's job, right, realize I haven't got time to be grinding. I don't have time to go and be doing potter job, right? So how about we start a church? So these are African men who have brought their African kind of religion, African kind of Christianity over here. But the unfortunate thing is that their victims are children, youngsters.
Yeah. And we've also drawn, because I know Rich wants to come in, so I'll let him come in and then come back in. But I wanted to draw on, we've been doing some work, and Jay's on here as well. She's a good person to come up and talk about this from a lens of like what makes people more susceptible and vulnerable to join it. Now, I'm not saying that it's a black church problem, because we've got Hillsong Chow, we've got Bethel, we've got UCKG, do not get me started. But we do have to, identify that there is a problem in the black church. And that is because of, the abusive, like just the epigenetics, the generational trauma. Do you get what I'm saying? The whitey colonialist internalized ideologies that we have from slavery, and it seeps through in the church because they are literally the whitey colonialists. That's what they're doing up in there. We're still in the cotton field picking jar. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what they're doing up. Psychologically, the cult expert, Dr. Stephen Hassan.
Yes.
He speaks about the similarities. Have you seen that? When he talks about the similarities of how they colonize?
He's the one that's got the bite model.
Yes, they do. It's exactly the same in the church. They do exactly the same thing, man. We ain't free. Our people ain't free, man. Free up our people, man. Free up our people. I'm gonna let. I think someone else wanna come in.
Yes, it was Rich. Go on, Rich.
But I'm here.
Free
up our people.
I'm good. I was just saying that
Every church is driven by women. The women do everything. They are the support systems. They are the foundation of all these organizations. You can't find a church that the majority of the pews aren't women. And they do all the work and they support all these men above them.
Someone was asking me, did I see the video of the young girl that was asked to come out and talk about she's pregnant and asked for forgiveness? She had to confess that she's pregnant, and that was disgusting.
Have you got it, babe? Because I can send it to you. You got it?
I've got it. Yes, I've got it.
But did you see her statement afterwards? She released a statement.
Has she?
Like, yeah, I need to send it. She released a statement a day after, basically saying she stands with her pastor. She doesn't want anyone, coming up against her pastor, to ridicule her pastor. She's totally in agreement with her pastor. It's the indoctrination.
Oh no!
It's the indoctrination.
Oh goodness, that's abuse. That's Stockholm syndrome, right?
Yeah.
You don't recognize that you are being abused. You latch on to your abuser. Oh, and that's the saddest part, because they use, do you know what I mean? They use, like, I'm not going to get into my, thoughts around the canon Bible, but I will just say that they do use the canon Bible to abuse, period, point blank. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's what they do, and they know that people look at that. And the one thing that they'll do when you come into these church cult spaces is they indoctrinate you to see the canon Bible as the infallible truth. So and that is the Fort Reform program. That is the transcendent belief system that keeps you trapped in the self-sealing system. Because once you're trapped in the ideological belief system that the Bible is the infallible truth, and the pastor is preaching from the Bible, and he is a servant of God, he is a prophet, he is hearing from God based off the scriptures, that is why people do the things that they do. That is why people are coerced and controlled. Wow. And guys,
good evening.
Yeah, hello, Jay. I just wanted to know, just very quickly, just before, vessel of dishonor, did you have something to say before? Vessel of dishonor.
Hi, yes, Afro. Sorry, I was trying to beat my mic.
Go on, Dan.
The whole 3 days to 3 weeks thing that we talked about earlier. I can say from the cult that I was in, you had to be constantly at church, and if you had to miss church, you could not miss more than 3 weeks. If you spent more than 3 weeks away from church, you'd come and confess. Not like repent for not being at church for more than 3 weeks. Right? The way I broke away from this cult was I stayed away for 3 or 4 months. That's when I started questioning things. And the reason why I stayed away was because of a health issue that I had. But during this time alone, I started questioning things. However, if I was going to church every single day, I would not see these things that I had to question for myself. So you know that you're in a cult when you're told to dress a certain way, when you're told to eat certain foods, when you see the leader as a god who must be obeyed or who must be worshipped. Whatever they tell you to do, you do it. Any leader that sees themselves as above you is a cult leader. Any leader who wants to fill in that gap of a daddy or a mummy, whether spiritual or physical, is a dangerous person.
Yes.
They know that you're lacking in love. They see your insecurities and they feed off them. A lot of women have daddy issues. That's why you find a lot of women in churches, and that's why you find these so-called pastors preying on them. Right? They make you feel safe, make you feel comforted, make you feel at peace, make you feel wanted. They give you that love and attention that you need. Once you join, you're now another number They don't care about you anymore. So you start to work hard to always remain in that favor, right? Further destroying yourself, further allowing yourself to be manipulated, you know. So
Can I just
it's
quickly
really
add?
heartbreaking.
Can I just quickly add? The growing trend is these pastors. Leah, I don't know how old Dag is, right? You have youngsters in the churches of these older men. That's predatory, in my opinion. These men they haven't got the skills to look to care for these young people. Any church where you see an older man up there, and the majority of the people in the church are in their 20s, right? They're young. If that's the setting, then you know that is a man who he likes himself a bit too much. He wants people that would look at him, idolize him, right? They particularly want children whose prefrontal cortex has not developed just yet, right? Those are easily we can easily feed them our garbage and they will assimilate it, right? So any church where you see the pastor is 50 something and the majority of his followers are in the early 20s or the younger, that's predatory behavior.
Yeah, definitely. And that's another sign, do you know what I mean? Because that's one of the major red flags that I do up when I say, why have you got, like, Bishop Richard Aye, he's another one, man. You need to get him up behind there, child. Because he really loves to GROOM young people.
Oh, what's his name?
When they started first launch, he was taking young people up to Nando's on the way. And the survivors have described it like, we were like, wow, we're going out with Bishop Richard, he's taking us Nando's.
Wow.
Like, we're getting to spend quality time with him. You know, you understand what I'm saying? So it's GROOMING, and just like how the gangs do it. That's what they do. That's a red flag.
I believe all of these cults started by these men. It's always about smecks. It's always about smecks and getting young girls. I think it's always about that, and they're all psychopaths.
Wow.
Is it okay to come in?
Yes, you can, Jay. And hello, Jay.
Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's well. I just wanted to comment because every time, this topic is a very large umbrella and it has so many layers that need to be addressed.
That's right.
But the one layer that I think is probably the most poignant is the fact that we cannot emancipate ourselves from mental slavery as Africans. And this religion in particular was introduced to us by the colonizer. There were two things introduced to us actually by the colonizer. It was
Can you speak
religion.
up? Can you speak up just a bit,
Sorry.
Jay? Because I'm streaming this on YouTube as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It was religion and it was money. There was currency. Because in the days that religion was actually introduced to us, we were trading off the land. We were using the land to trade and the resources of the land to trade. We didn't know what money was. We didn't know what, these, metal pieces or shiny money looked like before the white colonizer came in and introduced it to us in order to control us as a people. Unfortunately, these are the same two things that have us in a chokehold still in 2025. And the reason why these churches are able to thrive is because we have this intergenerational indoctrination that continues to happen. And we have a generation of African people who refuse to heal, who refuse to look at westernized medicine, theology, basic scientific investigative method, and the way that the mind has been studied. We refuse to look at the fact that actually critical thinking is something that every single human being has to use in order to get by in this life. That extends to, why do I believe this? Where did this come from? What is the origin of this?
Yes.
Why do I carry this with me throughout this life? And unfortunately, a lot of Africans, they even the Africans that come here to abroad, let's say, because I'm not just speaking about the UK, I'm speaking about Europe, I'm speaking about America. They carry a sense of poor man's mentality still with them till on their travels. They have that kind of desperation attached to them when it comes to where they've come from. Even if they've come from a more astute background, a more less impoverished background.
Vessel, sorry to interrupt. Vessel, just hold the fort for me. Just need the bathroom. Please continue.
There's still a sense of desperation attached to the way that they continue to live their lives, because you see it within these family dynamics that believe that the way that they are rearing children is the right way because their parents reared them that way. They are set in their ways and they refuse to make room for improvement or change. They refuse to see that maybe I am depressed, maybe I have trauma, maybe the way that my white counterparts, my Asian counterparts have raised their children, maybe there's a way that I could take from their blueprint that could improve my home life. But no, my parents raised me like this, so this is how I'm going to raise my parents. My children, sorry. Anyway, with that being said, I think when it comes to the epigenetics and it comes to the way that these churches are able to survive, it is down to us as a community, it's down to us as a people, and it's down to the fact that we may not be literally enslaving ourselves, but we are figuratively and metaphorically continuing to enslave ourselves by following blindly these professed and self-proclaimed men of God, women of God, without doing our own due diligence about who these people are, where they came from, what is this religion that I'm attaching myself to. And unfortunately, because of that desperation, like I said, some people have a desperation to be financially free in life. Some people have a desperation to get married and have babies. Some people have a desperation just to love God and be a servant of God. And in all of this, these self-proclaimed criminals, I wouldn't even call them men of God, these criminals use that desperation and that vulnerability as a catalyst for why they're able to carry on their churches and continue to grow at an exponential rate based on all of the dark and heinous and abhorrent things that they are doing behind closed doors. Vessel said something interesting because she said that she spent some time away from church. She spent some time away for 3 months only because of an illness. Now, for me, I feel like everybody just needs to have that solitude to themselves to make a decision and to really allow the voice of reason to speak to you. Because if it was that the indoctrination was all the way working, why are people leaving the church? If the indoctrination was so powerful that it could hold people, pin people down in these spaces, that those 3 months that Vessel spent away from the church, it wouldn't have mattered. that solitude wouldn't have changed anything. But it's because the background noise, that really loud environment of the church, that really busy and consuming and enveloping environment of the church is why they want to keep you there. Because the minute that you step out of that is the minute that you start to realize certain things. You know, it could be a fleeting thought. It could be an experience that made you feel really uncomfortable. It could be something that you saw that actually, you know, I wasn't supposed to see that, so let me just put it to the back of my mind. These are the things that will start to resurface, and you remember, oh, actually, this isn't normal. And this is why everybody needs to find whatever they believe in for themselves. You cannot be led by man. You just cannot be led by man, because you cannot vouch for man. You cannot vouch for the spirit of a man, the heart of a man, if you don't know that man. And even if you do know that man, you still cannot vouch. And that's just the way I live my life. I'm currently the descendant of people. I'm currently the offspring of people that are not healed. And I could have been very, very easily taken by some of these church cults if I didn't attach myself to purpose, if I didn't try to seek faith and seek a belief system for myself, and if I did have if I relied on a person to lead me, if I relied on a person to show me the way and to bring that enlightenment to my you know, front door, then that's the way that I would have been heavily indoctrinated and been in one of these church cults. But I'm saying this because anybody who's listening that is on the fence about whether their church is a cult, or whether they, you know, they need to attach themselves to religion. It's not about religion. It isn't about religion. It is more about what is it that you want for yourself? Who do you want to be? What do you want to relinquish? What traumas have you identified in your own home? Because when we think about Africans, you know, there was a comment that I blocked and muted. And it was somebody saying, as an African, you can't not believe in God because it means that you're sad and scared or something like that. I don't know if anyone else saw that comment. But I feel like, why do we as Africans believe that we need religion?
That's a good question.
Really, why do we feel like we must have religion? We must have a shepherd. We must have somebody. Why can't some of us be leaders ourselves? Why can't some of us appoint ourselves as the people who are going to lead our future generations out of this mental slavery? Emancipate ourselves from the mental slavery. A lot of us don't want to do the work, the inner work. A lot of us don't want to actually stand in the mirror, have a candid and painful, unearthing look at yourself and who you are innately. A lot of us don't want to do that because it's hard. It's really, really difficult. And I can say that firsthand because I've done that work. I'm still doing that work right now. But a lot of us are weak. And that's the truth of the matter. A lot of us are weak. And the people that are standing on our necks right now are not the enemies that the church is proclaiming you have in the village. It's not the people that the church is proclaiming are praying against your downfall. It's not the people who are in your workplace that are potentially spiking your food. It is the people in the churches who are using you as a catalyst to grow their business. It's a business. They're growing their business and using you as a number to do that. That's what I wanted to say.
Wow. Wow, well done. Thank you, Jay. You know, it's always a pleasure. Right. Who was speaking just now? CB, you said you wanted to say something, but can we'll let Bree speak, and then CB, you can speak. Go on, Bree.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Hi, host. I just wanted to add my 2 cents to the lady, the 15-year-old girl. I had a similar experience when I was younger. So I just thought I'd share my little tutu. So when I was, I think, 18, I was pregnant. And Hey Leah. And then I was in my mom's church, which was an African church, and one of their rules was that if you're an unmarried woman, you had to come to the front of the church if you was pregnant and come and tell everybody basically that it's I don't know the English, but in Tree is it's boasting. So basically you have to now sit at the back. You're not allowed to join in the offering. You're not allowed to join in everything because you're a supposed sinner. So me, I told my mom point blank that I'm not going. I'm not going to go and stand in front of a church and come and tell them all my transgressions in life as if they are God. The mistake, whatever mistake, quote unquote, that I made is between me and God. It's not between these people. I don't know them. So I refused to go. And then the church started to call my mom and say, that if I don't want to come, they just want me to be close to God. And I found that to be very strange. So what they do is they want you to feel guilty about what you did, because obviously your sin, quote unquote, is out in the open. So they constantly put it in you that, you've sinned. Everybody can see that you've sinned because obviously you're pregnant. What can you do? And I think what the poor young lady is going through is, unfortunately, she's been indoctrinated, and she believes that what she's done is so horrible that she needs to stand in front of it's shame, it's humiliation. So they want her to stand in front of the congregation and tell everybody how much of a sinner that she is. Whereas in the background, most of them are doing it secretly anyway. The difference is that they haven't been caught, And the problem with that kind of thing is it can lead to the mother eventually having resentment for the child, because the child that you're supposed to be happy is supposed to be a happy occasion that, of course, okay, you're young, fine, but you're supposed to be preparing your mind mentally to be rearing a child. So if you've now already accepted that you're a sinner and you're this bad person, how do you think that mother will raise that child? That's now become a generational trauma instantly.
Exactly.
Just by doing that.
I think, can I ask you, Brie? This was a question that Vessel of Dishonor asked yesterday. And just like you, Brie, I too was asked to come in front of the church and confess my pregnancy before the church. Listen, it was but have you ever seen any men asked to come forward?
Never.
To talk about
always the woman. It's never the man.
Confessing,
the man is never at fault.
Confessing that I impregnated a young girl. No, have you seen anyone saying, I confess I impregnated that lady over there?
Never in my 29 years of living on this earth have I ever seen a man up there.
Wow.
It's always women. Women are always the evil one. Sorry, I don't know if I can say that word.
The Jezebels. Yes, you can say.
That's the word I was just about to use. We're always the Jezebels. We're always the ones that tempted the man, and now it's our shame to carry this shame in front of you. That's how they make it seem like you should be ashamed of yourself. And me, in my mom's church in particular, I stopped going because I was like, first of all, I didn't do this by myself.
No.
That's number one. Number two, I don't owe none of you people nothing. When you lot are doing your secret sins, nobody is there.
Exactly.
Because your one is out in the open, they've got so much to say. So yeah, it can cause generational trauma.
Their own sins are even worse than your own.
100%.
Their own is worse than your own.
In my mom's church, we found out 2 of the female elders were having an affair. Yeah, it was mess. It's all messy. Listen, but all the churches.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's really painful about all of this. That it's just all projection. And this is the same thing that happens in our households. I'm currently unearthing that my whole entire upbringing has just been a projection. It's just been all projection, unfortunately. And, we're continuing to further misogyny in our society, in our community particularly, if we continue to attend these churches. And this critical thinking cannot be done if you're still there. This, because, the thing I love about live, TikTok live, is the fact that even the trolls, you're still going to be hearing the things that we're saying. There's still going to be things that you're going to go back in your mind and you're going to be like, that's actually true, But anyway, let me continue to be indoctrinated. Actually, that happened in my church as well. But let me continue to be indoctrinated. And then when you have that time away for whatever reason that you're forced to be away, if you get that time away, these are the same conversations that are going to resurface in your mind. And you're going to realize where you've been. You're going to realize that actually this is just a system that is there to further perpetuate this misogynistic, chauvinistic, patriarchal way of rearing people, controlling people. Because I have never seen a man be rebuked in on the altar. Like, even if he's rebuked, it's not to the extremity of a woman. I've never seen a man be blamed for a woman's condition, let's say. I've never seen where two people have come up and, it is man and woman for the act. It's just the woman. And this is the same thing that happens in the household of an African, or I want to even say more specifically Nigerian, because that's where I'm from, right? You have the dynamic of, the man wanting to have a son, always wanting to have a son, right? The woman that he is married to ends up having daughters, irrespective of that daughter being a woman, and you having to now raise that woman as a woman. That man, most of the time, is going to continue to raise that woman the way he intended to raise a man. And that is why a lot of women are accused of being aggressive. A lot of black women are accused of being aggressive and masculine and manly.
Angry,
Why?
the angry black woman.
And angry. Why? Because we have been raised like men. And then when we now go and live this life as women in our own independent ways of life and ways of living, we are now chastised and scolded for being women. That's the only time that a man remembers that you're a woman. It is when you're responding to him as the man you've been raised, and actually you're a woman. So you can't talk to me like that. Do you understand? And for me, this is a very painful realization that I've made in the last 6 months, unfortunately. So right now, excuse me for purging, but this is the truth of the matter. And if we don't have these conversations and we don't allow ourselves to do this critical thinking, we're never going to heal as a community. We're just never going to heal. We're going to continue to pass down generational trauma. And unfortunately, when you have when you have these family dynamics where you could have 4 sons and 1 daughter, yeah, and that 1 daughter could be the middle, she could be the last, she may not even be the first. She's going to be catering for all of those 4 boys while those 4 boys sit down, play games, do whatever, bring girls home, get girls pregnant outside, sleeping around, doing whatever. They will never be chastised. They will never be held. They will never be reprimanded for their actions. But that woman, that young black girl, that's innocence was stripped from her. That wasn't allowed to even, really live out her femininity, really step into her divinity as a woman, right? Unfortunately, this is the reason why you have a lot of women walking around with staunch faces, being upset at life, because we were raised like men, and we're not men. we're very different. Do you understand? We've had to be stronger. We've had to hold a certain weight that we didn't ask for. And then now, when we respond, when we act, when we grow up, and we become these women that we wanted to be initially, right? The women we're supposed to be. We're held accountable, and made to be responsible for our actions. When really, these are the men that are supposed to be looking at us, really seeing us, not looking through us, and not raising us for their own benefit. Is to raise us the way we're supposed to be raised, to treat us the way that we're supposed to be treated. And unfortunately, it's not happening in these African households.
And Jay, if I'm not just so that people know, Jay, you do believe in a higher entity, right?
Yes, I do.
Not necessarily the Bible one, but you still believe that there is, an entity out there.
I believe in God. Yes.
Yes. So, reason why I bring this, to the forefront is these are young ladies that are challenging the norm, right? They still have a belief in God. Even I don't, but they do. But we can, it's the intersectionality, right? Beliefs aside, the lack of beliefs aside, we can come together, right? We recognize that, look, you're a woman, I'm a woman, you're a human, and you deserve to have your rights upheld. You deserve to have your space here on this earth. Nobody needs to take that away from you using religion, using any religious texts or whatever, right? And calling out these men and these religions that put us down, that tell us that we cannot be our true selves, So just wanted to point that out, that this, because, I get a lot of, oh, you're just attacking Christianity. You're just attacking. No, people can, you can challenge this, So anyway, we've got CB.
Wait, can I just quickly say, when they're saying, oh, you're challenging Christianity, do you know about Christianity, baby? Do you know about the origins, sweetie? Do you know where it started? Do you know how the books got into the canon Bible, baby? Do we need to talk about apocrypha, sweetheart? There's a lot we need to discuss. You don't know, do you?
No, they don't
know about Christianity before you start checking for people who may be challenging or having certain questions, or what you can't even answer the questions, my love. Because majority of them are worshipping a cult leader. Anyway, do you know what? Let me not hog it. Let me not hog it. Sorry, I just couldn't resist it.
No, it's okay. Because Leah, this one thing I do like about Leah. She's done the work. Leah has done the work. She knows the history of Christianity, right? She knows the apocryphas. Ask some Christians, they don't even know what an apocrypha, what the apocryphas are. They got no clue. They got no clue. What's apocryphing? Apocryphing? The canon Bible they've not finished reading is the apocrypha.
They don't know nothing, babe. They just, all they know is indoctrination. They don't know anything. That's what I'm telling you. They're robots. They just know that they've been told, and they'll give you, and that's why they hate the fact that I'm doing what I'm doing, y'all, because their scriptures don't work on me, sweetie, because I know what you're gonna say before you say it. I know what you're gonna think before you think it. All your pastors bring up the same doctrine, and then when you can't answer us, what do you say? God's ways are higher than our ways. His thoughts higher than our authority. That too, baby. Every day. When I talk, I'm like, they're scholars. They're not scholars. They're not scholars. They regurgitate Dag's doctrine. They only know it within the parameters of Dag's doctrine, and I can refute it every single time. And on that note, I'm just gonna shut up.
Anyway, we've got quickly, and then I'm gonna come down. Okay, go on.
I just wanted to say, the thing that really irks me the most about the people that are coming up here to defend these men with their lives, basically, with so much valor, I would really love to see you put that energy into going to get a job, looking after your family.
Wow.
I would like for you to put that energy into making sure your generations to come are good, making sure that you've healed inside, making sure that you're not an angry and horrible person, because everybody likes to scream Christian, Christian, Christian. What are the values of a Christian? What is a Christian supposed to be? What is a Christian supposed to convey? And unfortunately, some of you are so dark and so vacant behind the eyes, and you call yourselves Christians, I literally was, and I'm saying this because I was literally on a train with a man, right? I got on the Elizabeth line yesterday to go and view a property. And my bag was on the seat next to me. And I was watching something on Instagram. It was very, very funny. And I was very engaged, right? And I didn't see, and it was rush hour. It was about 5 p.m. I didn't see that this man in front of me was asking for the seat. But then somebody in the seat next to the seat that was empty tapped me and made me aware that the man was looking for the seat next to me. And I was like, I kind of just came out of my social media trance, and I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I moved my bag. The look that this man gave me, his hand, he didn't even address me. Do you know what I mean? He didn't ask me to. His hand was just signaling, move your bag. Do you understand? Just a very, very hostile way to ask somebody to move their bag. And do you know what? This man proceeded to sit down and watch on a live stream. He proceeded to watch David Antwi.
Oh no. Oh no.
And I swear, the way I wanted to just look at him and say, so that's the reason why this nasty energy that I'm feeling permeating from your skin is the energy I'm feeling. It's because you're one of them, aren't you? You're one of these people who claim to be a Christian, but you have no emblem of empathy or kindness or compassion inside of you. And that might be a very trivial incident, right? But guys, when you come out of these spaces, if you really go to nature, okay, go to nature, have the solitude, listen to music, do whatever it is that allows you to connect with yourself intuitively, innately, wholeheartedly, you will understand that a lot of these people that are following, that are allowing themselves to be shepherded by these evil, dark entities, they just take on the pseudo-personality of the cult leader. They take on the energy of the church, and that is a dark one. That isn't one of light. So when you want to call yourself a Christian, oh, I'm Muslim, I'm a Buddhist, all of this religion, can you look at who you are, what your character is, please? Can you look at who you are when it comes to interacting with other people? Because I'm sorry, there's a lot of Nigerian Christians, but I wouldn't even allow to cook for me. I wouldn't even allow you to babysit my kids, let alone pray for me, let alone sit next to me on a train. And I'm going to land there. Good night, everybody.
For me, go on, Leah.
Okay, I was going to say for Phoebe to come in, babe, because I didn't know if Afro-Atheist here.
Can I just say something and drop down, or should we wait for her?
No,
go on.
Okay. I just wanted to add that a factor that a lot of people keep forgetting is that a lot of these men of God are into the occult heavily. And I think that's the part that everybody keeps forgetting, that a lot of these men of God are going to places, are going to these malams, these sangomas, they're going to these people for powers. And it's funny because everybody tries to act like, oh, it's fine, it's the church, but it's like a lot of them are into occultish practices, and that's what they do to keep their congregation going. If you notice that a lot of these men of God, they'll have their family will be having good careers, they'll be having good things happen to them, but their members of the congregation, every time a bad thing that's happening to them, is always the congregation that's going through issues. It's never a man of God. Oh, never. I can never be the man of God in this time.
Read. You kind of breaking up. I don't know if it's just me.
And when you look at them and their children, like what happened today, and then they'll come and tell you, oh, yeah, it's because it's very hard, you know, I'm a man of God. No, a lot of these people are into the occult. We're into occult. They would be running out of the churches faster. There will be so many empty seats, but that's the factor that a lot of people forget, that a lot of them are into the occult. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Just before you continue, just 1 second. Let me just ask people on if you're watching on YouTube, can you hear it, please?
Yeah, I can hear now, but half of what Bree said, I couldn't hear it.
You hear what's being said?
I can hear it now, but I didn't hear half of what Bree said.
Can you wait? Hold on. Let's see. Might need to say something. If you're on TikTok, can you just say something? Let's see whether they can hear. Somebody just say something on TikTok.
Dag is a cult leader. I'm a malignant narcissist.
Yeah, I heard that.
I was recruited at 18 years old, and they absolutely destroyed my life. I now live with a chronic illness, Addison's, hyperadrenalism, and kidney disease, and I nearly unalived. I was just discharged from hospital yesterday evening because I was in a crisis fighting for my life. Can you hear me on YouTube? Can you hear me loud and clear?
You hear
Yeah.
on YouTube?
I'm a survivor. I'm just fighting for my mental health at the moment. I had a breakdown earlier. Can you hear me, YouTube? Can you hear me? That loud and clear. That's why I haven't gone live today. I've been fighting for my mind because this. And then Dag's written a book, Those Who Are Mad, and he's given us a little madness chart there as well. Can you hear me, YouTube? 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? That's what my cult leader's doing up there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he's saying that those who forget and those who leave him, he's saying that he can liken it to dementia, and dementia is an umbrella term for Alzheimer's. I love everybody. The world is wonderful. Can we like up the live? That's what he's doing in the book. That's what he's doing up in the book. Can they hear on YouTube, my love? Can they hear? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
On YouTube, please.
I just want to expose Dag, you as
I
Mills.
need to know if you can hear it.
Yeah.
Do you
Guys,
hear the live
guys
stream?
watching YouTube, can you just put a comment saying you can hear?
Anyway, we've got
I can hear.
CB. Has CB said anything yet?
No, I just want to. Good evening, everyone. I just want to say one thing, yeah, because I feel like a lot of people don't actually understand. Like, I feel like unless you've been through it, you'll never understand like the trauma and the way it will destroy somebody with these cults, yeah. And they know what they're doing. They target young people who, from being 12 going up to people who are 18. It doesn't matter how old you are, but they know what they're doing. With certain cults, they will disguise it as a youth group, and they will say, "Oh yeah, come and join this. Come and join this." One time, they said to me, "Oh yeah, come to this thing called Sunday Live." I'm with all of my friends, so they disguise it as a youth group and make you think that that's what it's going to be. My friends.
So sorry. Just all right. Please continue. Go on.
Yeah, so they just disguise it as other things and will make you feel like they will talk about things in like they'll talk about things in a service and be like, "Oh, the same man that is coercively controlling you and is doing this in your abusive relationship." But what they don't understand is that they are coercively controlling you into thinking that this is something that is real and it's not. They will literally like break you down to nothing, and if you don't go there, like they will make you feel like if you don't stay in the church and if you don't go there, then bad things will happen in your life. Like, for example, when I left the church I went to, they told me when I left I was being punched up by the devil. So I was 18 when I left. I started going when I was 16 up until I was 18. They told me I was being punched up by the devil when I left. So can you imagine, as an 18-year-old leaving there, like going there from 16 up until 18, this is all I know. So all these people who were saying that they got my back and this will happen, like good things will happen in my life. When I left, I'm being told I'm being punched up by the devil. So can you imagine like an 18-year-old who is already going through their own mental health issues, already dealing with my own things, being told I'm being punched up by the devil? Not only will that make you go mad, that will literally traumatize you into actually believing the devil is after you. It's all within, and they will say to you that mental health is a trick. It's a trick by the devil, which makes no sense, because look at Leah. If mental health was a trick by the devil, how can it be a trick by the devil when they caused it? They get mad over what they cause and will tell you, this is what I'm saying, it's the devil, it's the devil, it's the devil. But what they don't understand is they are literally doing the devil's work for him by coercively controlling and manipulating young people to thinking it's real. That's all I want to say, because a lot of people don't understand this. You've been through it. If you haven't been through it, then you'll never understand it. Like, you'll never understand that these are real things that are happening to people. Like, obviously, I'm 23 now. I went through this up until I was 16, until I was 18. I had to adapt to like my reality and not their reality. They will have you outside at like 10 in the morning, flipping, saying, "Oh, let's go and save souls." What do you mean go and save souls? You're breaking my soul. So how can you save souls, but you're literally corrupting people's mind? They just brainwash people, man. And it's bad. It's actually bad.
CB, save souls equals bring more people to the church so pastor can make more money.
Exactly. And when you see when you don't, you see, for example, you see when like they say, "Oh yeah, give an offering to God," and that, all these things. Yeah, cool. If you want to give an offering to God, like, it's the thing is, yeah, one thing I just want to say, it's okay to believe in God. It is okay. Like, it's okay to be Christian. It's okay to be a Muslim. It's okay to believe in whatever religion you want to believe in. But you see these cults, they make you feel like it's not like it's all like them. And when you give an offering to God, it's not giving an offering to God. You're just helping them with their little thing. They're not. It would be saving souls. It's not about saving souls. It's about actually, like, it's to make it's to make sure that they don't lose out, so they can keep funding doing what they're doing. Because it's not actually a church. It's an organization that have come together to try and brainwash people. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely.
Can I quickly come in? I know I said I was going to bed, and I just wanted to come in and say one more thing, because this topic is it's really personal at this point.
Before you say anything, Ajay, can I just say to the ladies who have come up and spoken, listen, you know how much I am in awe of you ladies. Listen, when I was 23, I wasn't as clever or as assertive as you guys. Listen, I was the young Christian girl. Never mind, I still committed my sins and did all that. But hey, the level of confidence that you guys have, I'm just like, wow. When I was 23, when I was 22, hey, no, I was that scared Christian girl who was afraid of going to hell, afraid of God, afraid of what will happen if I die, and then So to see that you guys are deconstructing and you are challenging these belief systems and making for yourself what you believe or not believe, honestly, congratulations, and I commend you all. I commend you all. Listen, if we who are I'm in my 40s, if I'd known what you guys know now, hey, I don't know where my life would have been, but I'm sure it would have been 10 times better. But at least I have a chance. At least I have a chance. Well done to you ladies.
Sorry, can I just say, I'm seeing the comments, yeah? They're talking about bank transfers. What do you mean bank transfers? Like, I don't know about that, but like, even that, in what world, what do you mean that how is the bank transfer going to go to God? I don't understand.
So they used to say things like, "Oh, the more souls you bring, your spiritual bank balance or something you get some spiritual balance or something." That's how they would word it. That's how they would word it.
Absolutely
Yeah,
no
it's
sense.
rubbish.
That makes no sense.
It's all a crock of shit. God doesn't need our money. That's what everybody needs to remember. Like, I think at this point, right, they completely wash away common sense with indoctrination and critical thinking, because I think the pattern that I've noticed as well. And sorry, I just wanted to say, CB, I'm sorry for what you went through. And I'm really glad that you've been able to just get yourself to a place that you understand what you went through and you're able to speak on what you went through with a sound mind. And I think that's what we have to just be grateful for. Do you know what I mean?
No, thank you. I appreciate it. The thing is, I went through a lot more there, but I don't even know if I can say that on here, like, just because, but I don't know, it's a bit crazy, but the way I see it is that, like...
CB, what church are you talking about?
UCKG.
Oh, UCKG.
Oh, God.
That's another one.
Oh,
exactly. God. You see, and you see the name alone, thank you. You see, for the fact that as soon as I mention it, people were saying, oh my God, it says a lot, it screams a lot. And the thing is, in my case, if I didn't in my case, if I the thing is, when you leave the UCKG, this was for me anyway. I only realized what they was doing when I left. When you're in there, you're so brainwashed and you're so you're believing all these things that you're hearing. When you leave is when you start to understand what they're doing. For example, on a Friday, they'll have this thing. I can't remember what the service was called. It was that long ago, and that ridiculous. I don't remember what the service was called, but it was on a Friday. They would make you stand on this red circle with the Star of David on it. The star had 6 sides on it. But in my mind, I'm like 16, 17. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the Star of David is. When I left, I started to do some research. I'm seeing that the Star of David is the devil's things.
It's a ritual.
The circle we're standing on is red. Is red. The Star of David.
So it's a ritual.
And live, we'll all be standing in some circle with this thing. And you know what's crazy? If you didn't bring this red thing that you had to stand on, you would not be allowed to take part in the service. I purposely never used to bring it because this is when I started to clock. This was a bit weird when I was 18, I started to clock. This is a bit weird. What do you mean we're standing on a red circle with the Star of David on it that's got stars all around it with these 6 sides? I started to do some research, I've sat down with rabbis, I've sat down with imams, I've sat down with pastors, and I say to them, if money is the root to all evil, why are you asking for money? And I ask them, there was a before Christ. Can you explain what happened before Christ then? None of them can tell me. All these things that they're doing, do you not know of 1600 BC? What does BC mean? It means before Christ. I've asked every single imam, every single pastor, every single rabbi, can you explain before Christ if this is how deep you want to go? None of them can tell me. And when I ask them, about these things, none of them can sit down and tell me what's going on. And at the same time, even when I left the church, when they told me I was being punched by the devil, I took it on the shoulders. And when I told my mum, my mum went absolutely mental because a lot of people was telling me, oh, why are you going UCKG? It's bad. But you see, when you're in there, it's like any other person who's come out of the church and who's rare. If you're in there, you're in there. It's like you feel like you can't not leave, if that makes sense. If you leave, bad things are gonna happen. I got told if I leave the church, my nan was gonna die and all these things, because they knew, my family, people in my family was ill, right? They said, oh, if you leave, you're the only one that can make anyone in your family go to heaven, rare. And in my head, I'm thinking, so if I leave the church now, whoever's ill in my family is gonna die, and it's gonna be my fault they go to hell. And I'm thinking, what?
Fear mongering. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Fear mongering.
And then even one time, I won't go into full detail because I don't know how TikTok will take it, but one time they took us to a park, obviously they had different things in the UCKG, so there was Joshua's, frontliners, collaborators and assistants, If you was a Joshua, then it means you're just before a frontliner, right? So it means you're getting advanced in the church, So I was a rising Joshua, which means when the next set of Joshuas was going to be rise, I was going to be there. I was going to be one of them, right? So they took us to this park. They told us to bring boxing gloves. I'm thinking, what do you mean bring boxing gloves? But that by this time, I'm still this is when I'm starting to clock things are weird. I swear on everything I love, They took us to this park and they were literally hitting us in the park, telling us the demon of this. In my case, it was because I liked girls, UCKG in Brixton. In my case, it was because I like girls, Me personally, I don't care what anyone says,
It's nothing wrong with it.
You cannot.
Nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong in liking who you like.
So of course, I know this now, but obviously back then when I was young, I'm being told all these things. I'm thinking this is bad. Like, because in my case, it was because I liked girls. They was basically saying like the demon of homosexuality needs to come out of me. And I was thinking, all right, cool. Let me just, I went to the park now because they told me if I don't go, then rare. So cool, let me go. I swear on everything, they was literally beating me up in the park talking about the demon. Like it was the assistant and all the collaborators. Wow. The assistants and the collaborators beating me up in the park, hitting me in my face, hitting me in my back. And in my head, I'm thinking, bro, I can't hit back these people. And you wasn't allowed to hit them back. Do you get it? Because it was basically them showing you that this is what the devil was doing to you, like beating you up. Basically, they're saying that the devil's beating you up. So you wasn't allowed to hit them back. But with me, I've grown up in a place where, my mum's always told me if someone hits me, I must hit them back. I'm not allowing this. So I've hit him back now. And I ended up getting put on the floor, and all of them were just stepping on me, beating me up. And I'm thinking, bro, I went home, didn't tell no one. I only told my mum when I turned 20. And this is what I was 20, 2-3 years ago. So these are the things these are the side of things that people don't see. In what world is it okay for a whole church, as they claim, to bring you to a park and beat you up because you like girls, bro? It's not okay. And growing up, I realized, no, I'm gonna be who I am now. It never made me lose my faith with God. I do my thing. I do my thing like separately.
Just 1 second. It's not very long ago that this happened. You know,
Yeah. This was when I was 18.
We can do something about this. We need to raise awareness, because if this is something they do at UCKG, then this is something we need to bring to the forefront, because it's not long ago that this happened to you. And I don't know if anybody's like me, but my goodness, you deserve some justice.
Yeah, nah, no, man. You know what it is? You know what? I've only just started to do a campaign about it.
What?
Like, I'm going live and stuff. Like, in my bio when I go live, it says surviving UCKG. Even last night, I had 3 people rise in my live telling me about their experience. Anybody who comes in my live, in my bio, it says surviving UCKG. If you've got an experience and we're raising awareness for all this, because these things are bad. They're literally coercively controlling young people, but they will tell you that the man who's beating you up is coercively controlling you in that domestic relationship, but it's them coercively controlling you.
Someone is asking UCKG.
Can I just say something quickly? Yes, CB, I'm so sorry.
Elliot, have you spoken yet? Oh, not yet. Okay, when you're done, Jay, we'll hear from Elliot.
Yeah, I'm gonna come down after this, but I just wanted to say, CB, I'm so sorry that happened to you.
No, it's all right, man.
You deserve justice, but you're strong, and I can hear it in your voice and your advocacy. Don't stop doing what you're doing, you know. And I think that you're gonna be the reason why a lot of people feel like they have a voice and they can speak up about what happened to them. So yeah, anything I can do to support your journey, I'm gonna do that. So I'm following you.
No problem. Thank you.
But I wanted to say, and this is just to anybody who's listening that will continue to listen to the accounts of survivors and still remain by the side of your pastors. Because one thing that we can definitely say is, fine, you love your church, fine, you love God, fine, you love the person that stands up on the altar every Sunday and says he's a man of God. But if you, as a Christian that you purport to be, can listen to all of these awful and heartbreaking accounts of human beings, just human beings, none of this can be refuted. None of it can. There's evidence. There are receipts. There are visual representations of this abuse that's happening. These abuses that are happening in these churches. If you, as a person, a human being, now let's take away religion. Let's take away. If you, as a human being, cannot reach inside of you and bring out compassion, bring out empathy, bring out understanding, then you and your cult leader deserve each other. You and your cult leader deserve each other, and that's just point blank. Because because I'm gonna sit here and say I can respect anybody. If you believe in whatever it is that you believe in, I respect you. But what I'm not going to do is ignore the voice of survivors. I'm not going to ignore the voices of people who have come out of these church cults. And there's too many to count now at this point. There's too many it's now an insurmountable amount of people coming out and speaking about their experiences. So if you are going to continue to traipse around the internet and be writing things like, I love Daggy with Mills, and oh, my pastor looks good today, then you and your cult leader deserve each other. You deserve each other. And I can't, and that's, I stand on that. Because on a humanitarian level, you're hearing some of these things and you still continue to stand behind these church cults. I don't really know. I think you're beyond saving at this point. And you know what? You know, there is something that Leah says. She's not doing it for them. She's doing it for the survivors. And I understand that now. I understand that now, because there are some people who will never be saved, unfortunately. There are some people that are going to go to the grave indoctrinated. There are some people who would have wasted their entire lives being in these church cults and worshipping and standing blindly and profusely by the side of these professed men and women of God, without being able to actually use empathy and compassion as a human being to stand by survivors. You can still continue to believe what you believe, but at least understand that these are real experiences. Like, these are people who are really going through these things. And that's just what I wanted to say. Good night. I know I said good night before, guys, but really this time, good night.
Thank you, Jay. Someone in the comments said they were beaten with broomsticks. You're beaten with brooms.
See, that's the type of stuff they would do in the UCKG. Like, if you refuse to bring this red thing, you wouldn't be able to participate in that service, and you'll literally get mercilessly, like physically, not physically, like verbally abused in the back. You're disrespecting God if you don't bring this and you don't do that. But the way, like I said, yeah, people, if you haven't gone through it, then you'll never be able to understand it, innit? Like, it what happens is until you like, when you leave these things, I'm pretty sure anybody will have the same experience. When you leave these cults, then you will see this is really what's going on. Yeah, you will see, all right, cool, this was weird. And when I told my mum they done all these things to me, my mum went absolutely ballistic, because not only like, and what they do, like, they make you go to all these things. Like, you've got little kids here who are like 13, 14, 15 going to these night vigils. There's a UCKG in Finsbury Park, yeah? You've got little kids traveling all the way to North London to Finsbury Park, then having to come back on their own. We're not coming back from these night vigils until like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, you know, because we're there all night. These 14, 13 years olds are leaving all these places and having to go home, and it's like 1 in the morning, bro. Back when I was going there, I'm saying, like, I'm not coming to no night vigil, because like, this is like, I started to realize a lot of things as I was leaving, and as I started to distance and pull away, listen, they have, like, listen, let me tell you something about these things, yeah? They have group chats, but let me tell you where they have group chats. They don't have group chats on WhatsApp. They don't have group chats on Instagram. They don't have group chats on Snapchat. Where do they have group chats? On Telegram. What's Telegram? Telegram is something what people use because nobody can trace Telegram. Telegram's untraceable for anything. Yeah, this is why it's on Telegram. Soon as you miss a service, you get deleted out of the group chat, bro. That's what they done to me. I missed one service because I was starting to notice I'm not coming here no more. I got deleted from every single group chat. All these pastors are messaging me talking about how the word of God is coming out of my brain, like telling me that, like I said, like these things are gonna happen to me. I'm thinking, all right, cool. But now that I've seen a lot of things on TikTok, like there's literally a whole documentary called Surviving UCKG. If that doesn't scream cult in itself, then please, I don't know what does in it. I don't know, like a lot of things, like literally, I don't need to, and like, I stand on what I've been through. I live to tell the tale, innit? You live to tell the tale when you've been through it. My voice has been heard. My voice was heard a very long time ago from these people. The only thing we can do now is is get other people's voices heard, because people are scared to leave these places, you know. People are scared. I was scared to leave because I'm thinking, right, my family's gonna die. I'm gonna get beat up. The devil's beating me up. But I live to tell the tale now, man. I got a girlfriend. Like, no one can't, like, they tried to break me down with words and manipulate me and confuse me. But when I realized that they can't break me down, I never, like, it traumatized me. And like, till this day, I still get weird things happen to me. And like, it's like, for example, look at Leah. She literally tells her story on her whole TikTok page, bro. Like, it caused her to be physically and mentally ill, bro. Like, what they don't understand is, they will tell you that mental health is the trick, but what they don't understand is they're causing the mental health. They will tell you that mental health is by the devil. How does that make any sense? How can mental health be from the devil, bro? It makes no sense. You just gotta live to tell the tale with these things, man. Like you gotta stand strong with it, because if you don't know how to deal with it, then I don't know, man. Because there's some people who have, like, I'm telling you, man. But even one of my friends, bro, she went there. She was an assistant, rare, and this is bad. Let me tell you, and I don't even like even speaking about her. It breaks my heart because we all left together. Me and 3 other people, we all left together.
Sibi, just so you know, we've got 2 other people who need to speak as well. So
yeah,
I mean, I would listen to you all night long, but I'm sure, Elliot, have you spoken at all? Elliot,
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you over 18, Elliot?
Yes, of course, I am.
I have to ask because your voice. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Do you want to add to the conversation?
yeah, I wanted to say something. Normally, I'm on Leah's live. I'm a moderator on Leah's live, so I know what's like, going on and stuff.
Oh.
So the thing is, yeah, what I've come to realize and the deconstruction that I've come to face is that these cult systems and stuff, they don't know how to take accountability. They don't know how to, face their fears to grow within themselves. They also blame shift on an imaginary character, which is the devil, okay? And then they impose it on us, that devil and God. But really and truly, it's all an illusion to just get you in their fantasy and to get you in their minds and to get you, for them to control your mind, for them to manipulate your mind so that whatever you do in your own reality, you cannot do it yourself. And what I love about all the survivors, including me, is that we have an independent spirit, or we have an independent mind. What they demonize, they demonize that a lot because they cannot control what they thought they can control. So they will create a system that is a spiral system. So that's why when Leah or anybody else has stayed there for more than 1 year, 2 years, 18 years, 20 years, or whatever the case is, it's a spiral of a controlled thing that is a pattern of behavior. And so once you identify that, you then realize, you have been in the system, and now you're trying to figure out this and that and the third and this and that. And what I've come to, figure out is that, who remembers the Travis Scott concert? The Travis Scott concert reminds me of how the church plays, like with all the movements and this and how the concert is and all that. And I also realized that the reason why they don't give SHIT about people who've passed away is because of sacrifice. So the sacrificium is giving them more people or this and that because of the BLOOD. So they want to, if they want to keep hold of that, so they sweep it under the carpet thinking, oh yeah, we've got someone and this and that and the third. And it's very bad. Is very bad because at the same time it's like you've hurt someone's someone's family member and and also some is like they think they can't get their life back together. Like some of them, they have to rebuild their life, so they don't know how much they have destroyed someone's life. And then, because it's all illusion, they all have rose glass on. They all have something on their faces, so they cannot see because they're so deep within their ego, and with their egos overriding anything to do with sympathy and uh, and all the things that you're supposed to have human, natural human thing. And the way they put negative and positive, the way they demonstrate it to us, it's the wrong terminology because they are supposed to work together. They are supposed to be in neutrals of our flow system. Everybody has a flow system. You need to identify your own flow system, but because we were in the church for so long or in their system for so long, we couldn't identify our own system. So when we followed theirs, we were opening different stages that we were not supposed to be opening. So by the time we go back into our own self or go back into our way of life, we are lost and we don't know where to go because the opening that they opened was not supposed to because we didn't open ourselves. We didn't open it ourselves, so we will be more like, when they say something like drunk in the spirit or something like that, and whatever that term is supposed to come naturally to us. It's the highest self is supposed to come naturally to us. Nobody shouldn't be able to force that out of it or pollute our mind into it. And one thing I do love about all the survivors is that they have identified what is actually going on, and then they said, I need help or to get out of this and make a new life that is out of this system, and is a great thing because at the end of the day we know the groundworks that what these men did was an illusion and a projection of their world and their unhealed businesses that we now have to unlearn and then unlearn the trauma that they put upon us for us to then heal to open another, healing creative where we can now be like at fully peace. But the thing is they don't even understand how much time and effort we have to put in that to be on the other side. Some people may not even make it to the other side of the peace that they are expecting and this and that, and some others do, and the people that do is like it is really hard, is really hard, and I feel for them too because the safe space that they once were to be, they've destroyed that, and now for them to create that again, they have to put so much trust in themselves and so much secure in themselves to rebuild that up again. But yeah, that's what I've got to say.
Oh, Elisa, thank you. My goodness. Wow. Can I just say, guys, this is what a night. I mean, I started off talking about something else, and look where we, look where we've come, and how far we've come, and the voices and all of this, right? It's really inspired by Leah. Leah, you are doing amazing work out here, and you deserve your flowers. Leah, you deserve your flowers. Let me. This is the best. You deserve your flowers. We've got Emmanuel. Hello, Emmanuel. Emmanuel? Emmanuel has fallen asleep.
Yeah, you can hear him. You can hear him breathing hard, almost snoring. Oh, he's awake now. No, is he? Hey, Emmanuel. Someone go and shake him.
Well, since he's sleeping, can I just add one more thing? And then
Might be a troll though, babe, because when they're in the box, they can report, from the box. So maybe drop him, because they do that in our lives sometimes. But he did fall asleep, but he might be a troll.
Okay.
Oh, you can drop him. Yeah, drop him. If he's sleeping, it doesn't matter.
I just wanted to add one thing quickly, guys, if that's okay, and just drop down. I think we're just scratching the surface of what this is. This is an interconnected system, which is not. It's not just about the church. It's bigger than the church, because let's remember, if we're constantly thinking about the afterlife, we're not going to think about the suffering that is actually in front of our eyes. And I think the more you deconstruct, you actually start to realize that human suffering is actually at the hands of other humans. And I think there's definitely a link between these organizations and the government. Sorry, I have to say, because if you constantly are thinking about your suffering, if you're not thinking about your suffering, there's no one to blame. You will just say, oh, it's the devil, it's a certain evil. Whereas most of the bad things that are occurring on this earth is at the hands of other humans. And this is what they want. They want us to constantly be thinking about the afterlife and not thinking about our issues. Because let's use Ghana and Nigeria, for example. If the people in those countries deconstructed, they would start to realize that the issues is not the devil, it's the government. And that's why, if you haven't noticed, the countries with mass poverty and all of that are the most highly religious, because that's the only thing they've got that is theirs. They've got nothing else to hold on to, So I think this is definitely deeper than just church. It's definitely systems at play that are hiding behind these religious organizations, so that we will not actually look at who is causing the suffering on this earth. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, guys.
No, thank you. So, guys, we started off talking about Pastor Adeboye and his many lives. But this is where we find ourselves. And Adeboye is also a cult leader. In fact, might even have the biggest cult in all of Africa. This one has 14 million church members in Nigeria alone. That is that structure. They call it the redemption camp. Apparently, that structure can house 1 million people. 1 million people. Every single time they meet there, 1 million people can conveniently gather under that thing. Man, it's time that we start, and we're talking about the intersectionality of this whole thing, But I will say that in the UK, right? You see, most of the voices you're hearing, these are people in the UK. A lot of these African men live in Africa, right? They've destroyed Africa. Then they start packing their bags, coming over here, now wanting to destroy the lives of young people here in the UK, in Canada, now they are transporting the religion that was transported to them. They're now transporting it back this way. It's like, we have to, be bringing this to the forefront and saying something and, putting it out there. So, listen, it's, 2025. We move. We keep on moving. So, we had, Vessel, are you still there or? Vessel, you need to speak through TikTok if you're there. Is Vessel there? Oh, she's asleep. Might be tired.
What's the name of his church?
Oh, the Redeemed Christian Church.
Oh, you're having an effing bubble. Oh my God. My ex is from this church, Carl. Oh, this is going to start getting interesting.
RCCG. Leah,
that was the cult leader over there on that side of town, child.
Leah, this is a man that drinks tea with God.
This is the church cult that all the Nigerians do up in it.
God comes down to drink tea with this man. Hey.
Oh wow.
Wow. My daddy says,
how is it drinking tea from heaven? I would love to join that, but come on, tea from heaven. Even like
we were in the middle of listening to his tea drinking testimony. How God came down and drank tea with him. Listen. This man is one of the most dangerous. And you know something? He's over 80 and he is still going, and he's getting worse as he is aging. He is getting worse, condemning people to hell and telling them, if you are not paying your tithe, this man said, if you don't pay your tithe, you are not going to heaven. Full stop. This one said, if you don't pay tithe, you are not going to heaven. Full stop. So recently came out and said he's apologizing for saying that if you don't pay your tithe, you're not going to heaven. That in fact, that's limiting people. Yeah. He says that is limiting people. He said, now you should start giving violently. Those were the words out of his mouth. And, he even described it. The man said, see, let me put myself on camera. The man said you must give violently. Give violently.
That's so funny.
Oh, wow. 82 years old. He's talking about give. He said the tithe, 10% is for the beginners. That you should be giving 40% violently. This man has single-handedly destroyed
10% for
he has single-handedly destroyed a lot of lives. Choose to speak. You're going to say something?
Yes, but thank you for giving me that first laugh. I like the way you did the violently.
That's what you say. He said, give violence.
Yeah. And I saw the thing where he said that he made a mistake, but that's a mistake of over 50 years, and people have already been indoctrinated into that. It's a system, okay? It's a system. And I want to thank all those who have spoken. First of all, let us understand that a lot of people, pastors, preachers, of which unfortunately I am one. I am a pastor. I'm called. I don't know if I'm called like a pastor, but I know I'm called to encourage, to heal, and to be right. So I'm one of those controversial people that other pastors don't like, and I don't care.
Wait, sorry. Did you say you're a pastor?
Yes, I am.
Oh. Okay.
I was ordained. And that's why I wanted to talk, because I want us to have an understanding that people are called at different levels. There are still sincere people. I'm telling you, there are still sincere people.
Do you mind if I ask you some questions? When you are done speaking, if you don't mind.
Yeah, theologically, I don't want to go into it because I've gone through several and I've heard people. But what I wanted to just endorse here is this. I want to endorse something. people have left God behind a long time. Most of these super power, big names, mega church people, all these, I believe, and this is just me, and God forgive me if it's not true, but I believe that they've left God behind a long time. This is now a cultic system where people are there to make a name for themselves, according to Genesis, and to make money. And it's so unfortunate that our children and grandchildren have become a prey to these churches. One, because they see all the quick miracle, they see all the cars, the houses, the fame, the shiny, the glitter that everything has come up with in the past 20 years. And so for those of us who are just humbly doing, just encouraging, like stopping by and just encouraging people, I don't even care about all of that glamour because I have a job. I'm doing a full-time corporate job. What I'm doing on the side is helping to build people's confidence that do not lose hope. There is, for me, a supreme being that still formed you, created you, and is still able to hear you from your place. Now, my advice that I have given people that have come through such occultic background and I see that they are stressed and distressed, the first thing I tell them is you must take a break. Don't rush from one church to the other. Don't even rush into our Africanism, which I believe in our Africanist spirituality. Don't even rush. Take your time, even if you have to sit down 1 month to flush yourself out, to cleanse yourself of everything that has been put into you that has caused you to be confused and traumatized. You need to do that as a form of fast. You need to do that for yourself. And search, do your research to see what else you would like to do.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to come in here because there's just some of the things that you're saying. You're saying about they've left occultic places and all of this. A lot of these people you're talking about, these are young people, very impressionable, and a lot didn't have a choice.
Yeah, they used their vulnerability. I'm supporting them. I'm actually supporting those because I can tell you right now, my daughter went through that because she did not understand that some of these people are not really praying to the Jesus Christ or to God or to Allah. They have left that. So what they have done is they have used our children.
When they say the Lord's Prayer or they say a prayer and they use Jesus Christ's name, who are they praying to then?
Yeah, I don't know who they're praying to. That I cannot speak for them.
What I'm saying is this. If you do a prayer and you use the Lord's name, Jesus or God, that's who you're praying to.
Yeah, that's what they're praying to. Hopefully sincere. But
so
all
how fast can you explain?
And all those people. Go ahead.
Can you expand on how fasting is going to help in this situation?
Yeah, so I think that a forum like this, a platform like this helps because then you get to hear from different people. My advice is for our young children who have gone through stuff like this is to really take a sit back and don't rush, because the thing about it is they keep moving from one place to the other, the best prophet.
Madam, sorry. The question I need to ask you is, where is the God when these children are going through the trauma, the abuse, and everything they go through? Where is God?
My dear, good question. But I can ask, where is my God? I have been through things myself.
Yes, where is your own God? Yeah.
I have been through things myself.
I know.
But you know what? I believe that the things that I went through, I learned my lesson, I gained my experience, and I'm better today, and I'm stronger. It was good for me to go through. I'm not here to contest which God is right.
Are you saying that God lets these ladies go through these things?
I'm not saying that. I don't have the ability to sit here and decide if God made somebody die, God made snow come down, God made fire. I'm not into all of that. I am just saying here encouraging those people that life is not over yet, that I believe that good things will happen. I know you've gone through this. If you're here and you spoke and you've gone through all this, I want you to know this is not the end, that some way, somehow, whether it's God, whether it's something, somebody, you will get through it.
You still haven't answered my question. How does fasting help this situation?
How does what?
Fasting. Didn't you mention fasting?
Yeah, I said it's like a form of fast. If you take a seat back, I have done that. I'm only saying what I have done. Wait. I need it. When you say it's a form of fast, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Yes, and that's what I'm explaining, but you're not allowing me to talk.
Okay.
So fasting is not just not eating. Fasting is not just starving yourself. Fasting is also using a time to reflect. You can reflect on your life. You can reflect and decide, eating, whether you don't eat, you don't drink water, whatever you do. Fasting takes a form of reflection to say, am I on the right way or I'm not on the right way? Can I take some time for myself to see what is good for me? Because God also gives us discernment. There is a spirit of discernment in everybody.
He doesn't. All right,
thank you very much. I'm happy to participate. And you can say whatever you want to say after I'm gone. But thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I appreciate it.
You're here pushing shit. Wow. She ran because she's pushing crap and we were calling her
nothing.
Afro. We were calling on her crap.
If God gave discernment, a lot of these young ladies that you heard today would not have gone to the hands of these charlatans.
Predators.
God doesn't give shit. This is part of the deconstruction that we are trying to go through, right? It is the God belief. That's where it starts from.
She's literally trying to tell them almost to go back to God. I was not hearing that crap.
Can I also emphasize on something? Yeah, you know, when she says like, God gives the sermon or something like that, I feel like when they say things like that, it's like they cannot take credit for themselves. They cannot like build on themselves. So they want to place it on an imaginary thing. And is also that the sermon it's come from the experiences that we gain and that we learn from. So when we do learn from it, then we gain insight, then we reflect. That's when we reflect on the insight that we gain from experience so that we can share awareness and this and that and the third. So when she's saying God this, God that, it's like you're not even taking majority of responsibility for self-awareness. That's all I got to say.
Yes, and
yeah, I think
usually it's usually the women who will become attacking victims. Usually.
Yeah, she came up here. She came up here almost minimizing.
I'm not talking about her, the lady who just left. I'm just saying something that I see. When women come out and speak about their experiences, the other women who are in love with their daddies in the Lord, not that are far up the time of their fathers in the Lord that they call papas and daddy, they will be the ones that will attack.
You're sort of muffled right now, Afro.
Am I?
You're a little. Now you're better. You're better now.
Okay. Sometimes it's the holder.
When I started hearing religious jargon like fasting, I think to me that's like, I don't like that. Why are you still using this religious jargon? I didn't like that. And when I there was no need to start talking about these women fasting or anyone fasting. I didn't understand why. That's why I pushed on it. What are you talking about when you're bringing up fasting?
No, I heard what you were saying, to be fair. But obviously, you guys have a particular direction you want the conversation to go. I'm not religious either way, so I don't really have a dog in this fight. I'm always here for the downfall of religious preachers who use the religion to exploit those that are vulnerable. Like obviously,
she changed it when I pushed her. When I pressed her on what she meant by fasting, that's when she expounded on getting away from it. But before
it's just that preacher talk, innit? Like that pastor talk, man. That's why I don't really listen to it, obviously. But obviously, I know they like to, speaking examples of, metaphors, and then like it's jarring. But anyway, I hear what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
The last thing you need is to keep that language and keep that type of thinking. You know what I mean?
But remember, she's obviously, this is kind of the problem, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like, which is, I agree, to some level, I do agree in it.
I don't know. It's just someone has been through all that, what they've been through, and then someone comes and says you should fast.
No, I don't like that.
I don't care the context you're using the fasting in.
No, that's why I called it. Afro, that's why I called it. I was sitting
they
here
should take a break. Yeah, they should take a break.
Honestly, Afro, I was sort of like hearing her because she was sounding like she was preaching, but when I heard that word cross-fasting, I said, "What the hell?"
She was preaching. She was preaching low-key.
Yeah.
But obviously, she did, at some point, rephrase that, I guess, clarify, and she said that she was like, saying,
you are always
saying that you should come away from certain things, which I agree to. Whether it's social media, it's not even just related to the church.
Are you a religious person? Say you're not.
Oh no, definitely not. I grew up in church, but from a young age, like I just had questions, and I was like, well, I'm hearing about discernment a lot, from people that, quote unquote, have a relationship with God, with God and all these things. But some of those people are the least discerning people I've ever met. So from a young age, I just was like, the narrative just doesn't suit. It just doesn't make any sense. So I just started to look at everyone else as kind of stupid. And I was like, do you know what? Let me not even entertain certain things in it. Like, don't get me wrong, like I like the Bible, like as like an actual storybook. Like I used to love going through it, but I knew that it was more like similar to Harry Potter, or like the Hunger Games. Or just like a fictional book. Like there was some interesting concepts in there, some good storytelling, some nice little plot.
Name one interesting thing in the Bible. Name one.
I don't find any of the stories interesting.
But
I want to know, what does he find interesting in the Bible? Name one or two. Go on.
Yeah, I was so fascinated with Jericho and how somehow they managed to
knock the wall,
compromise. Yeah, like it just didn't make any sense, and I was just like, how is this possible? Like, obviously, it was fascinating. It was fascinating.
Wait, this God, if God could help them fight the war and win immediately, he needed them to march round the war. 7 days. Is it 7 days or 7 days? I don't know.
It was a joke. Nah, go on. I'm slapping.
Madness.
Yeah.
It's foolishness. When you go
it is.
But I don't want to seem like a hater, innit? Yeah. Obviously, everyone has their experience, isn't it? But there's one thing that I will say, innit? Yeah. And this is to anyone that is listening to anything regarding spirituality. Yeah. I think there's a level of spirituality that everyone has, like innately or whatever. Cool. But then all these other so like when I say spirituality, like I'm not talking about the concepts that are given to us like the Abrahamic beliefs and religions. I'm just talking about innately as humans that are on this earth. Like we have a connection to the environment. You know what I'm saying? That the world that is around us. Like, and if we do tap into our senses, that's naturally given to us, we can have a better understanding of everything. Even like just having because this is the thing in it. Yeah, you see that, for example. Yeah, it's mad. Yeah, because I've been through my own experiences, or whatever. But like when you clock that certain time, being in the city too tough. Like if you live in certain environments where you're just around artificial things, man-made things or whatever, your mindset is going to be a certain way. So like when you're actually outside in nature, it's why it's good to go for a walk and things like that. It sounds like I'm just waffling, but you're saying that actually being outside, outdoors, you know what I'm saying, doing them things or whatever, those are things that actually connect you to the earth or whatever and actually make you a more well-rounded person. But yeah, no. Anyway, back to the hating on the religious talk thing. Yeah, man. Don't pick up these books, innit? Cause that's how you get the stagnation.
Yikes.
Yeah. You know, Pastor Toby. Where you getting deported? Where you getting deported or something?
Guys, go and look in my bio, right? You see there's a petition. There's a petition in my bio to have Toby deported. Fast. Please, go and sign it.
I'm surprised that church that should have never, like, stagnation should have never became a thing. Like I was actually embarrassed that I was in the UK.
Please.
I was embarrassed. Yeah, you got me even mad.
People need to go and sign.
People are giving these people money as well, man. Look at this guy. Look that looks like a man of God. He's the embodiment of Christ.
Man of
you lot are going mad.
Man of scam.
You lot are going mad. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how people can look at that. Yeah, look at my man. Look at these bastards and think, raw. These guys look like. Imagine.
Man of scam.
Imagine giving this man your money and thinking, yeah, like that's going to job God. That's
seed. No, you can't give him your seed. You can't give your seed. Seed. You give seed, but you know when you plant a seed in the ground, you wait until harvest, right? There's a time of planting and there's a time of watching the thing grow and you watch it harvest. Any seed you give to this guy, any seed that you give to this guy, you can never ever germinate. You will never get a harvest. You that planted the seed can never get a harvest. It's only him that gets the harvest. Only this one. So you have to buy Louis Vuitton. See?
Yeah, no, that's what makes it more mad. Like the fact that the pastors will go around with the riches that their congregations are giving them, and then it's so mad that imagine being a multi-millionaire or whatever at the behest of the people that have been supporting you and supporting the church and whatever, and it's just actually real life people that are struggling, but you're chilling in your congregation giving Louis Vuitton top. Look at him.
He's foolish. Listen, it's foolishness. You're getting monies like that, and in your mind you think that it's the best thing to do is invest in designer clothes. Designer clothes that can easily that you wear, and then the value diminishes as soon as you put it on.
They'll say that God gave him those things.
God gave him.
Why specifically Louis Vuitton? Like the whole, like get anything else?
Right, Elisa. Thank you so much. I followed you, Elisa. Beautiful and ladies that are challenging, and I appreciate the ladies. Every single one of you came up.
They gave some really inspirational stories too. Their fight to get out of that crap and their strength to stay away from it.
And these are the voices that we need to continue to encourage and give them, the space to, we're older.
Yeah. Now a lot of, no, go on, sorry.
You folks are the ones now, we're looking up to you now to, to the things that we couldn't do. We now are going to push you to go ahead, and do those things. The things we couldn't challenge, you challenge them, So we need to we're together in this fight, together.
Yeah, no, I think though, like, because of the levels of indoctrination go deep in it, and because a lot of people do, because their family's religious, then they take on that. I mean, similar to me, but obviously, were
you religious before?
Yeah, not super strict, but like I did the whole, obviously, like when I was it's a mad story in it.
Are you Nigerian? Are you Nigerian? You have Nigerian descent?
No, I'm not. I've got Nigerian ancestry, but I'm not Nigerian. No, I'm Jamaican. But yeah. But so like I was in a weird situation because like my dad actually turned Muslim at one point, and then was all mad like when he married my mom and all this other stuff. So it's the good thing is that because of some other situations, I didn't end up being like I became Muslim. So I mean, I was pretty much Christian. Like I grew up in church. You know what I'm saying, as a Christian for the most part. But I wouldn't say there was anything other than the fact that when I was asking certain questions regarding the Bible and stuff, even as a young kid, I just wasn't getting the answers the answers that would supposedly, like, you know, because of the word of God, supposedly, if people are preaching the word, then why is it that I'm not hearing what I need to hear? Do you get what I'm trying to say? I've even got more questions now. You give me answers that don't make no sense to me. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, like, going off by what the Bible says, like, you know, the word of God supposedly is meant to be this all-powerful thing, which then would just make sense. Like, oh, when someone's spitting you, they're giving you the knowledge of God, you're meant to be able to, like, you know, understand it and all these other things. But I wasn't understanding what people were saying, if I'm being honest with you. So that's the main thing that I had, which was just critical thinking at a young age, if I'm being honest with you. Like, if you're someone that just follows, like, direction all the time, whatever, you become very indoctrinated very easily, I think. But if you just ask the right questions from a very young age or whatever, you start to quickly fall out of the loop.
Oh my God, look at this guy.
What?
He's a preacher. He put in the chat, repent and be saved.
Yeah, I'm looking at the whole. I'm looking at the red thing. I'm looking at the red sash and everything, man. This is serious stuff.
He put in the chat, repent and be saved. This guy is funny, look.
Look at those, the red sash and very impressive look.
I don't know if he's trolling.
A whole Reverend. Welcome, Reverend Chigozie. Welcome. Sorry, I can't hear you.
I said good morning from here. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. So I've been seeing your comments. You said we should repent.
Repent what? From what?
No, hold on now. Hold on, Rich. You said that we should repent. Repent from what? What have we done?
I've been listening to the conversations for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's not fair. Firstly, I saw what you wrote.
We can hardly hear you, man. You gotta get closer to your mic. We can hardly hear you.
Yeah, man.
Exposing the lies of Pastor E.A. Adeboye.
Exposing the lies of Pastor E.A. Adeboye. You say it's not fair?
So what's the lies there? What has he done?
He has done a lot of things. He has said many lies. Many lies. Reverend Chigozie, do you believe that we can pray for someone and their breasts will go back? Rich, let me mute you for a second. Yeah, someone's mic is. Wait, gentlemen, let me just mute you. Okay, someone's mic is hot. There was a noise. Reverend Chigozie, do you believe that you can pray for someone and their breasts, someone who has had their taking off, right, because of cancer? Do you believe you can pray using a handkerchief and the breast can grow back?
No, that person should undergo medications.
No, I'm asking a question. Do you believe that it can grow back?
No.
Adeboye said somebody's breast is grew back. Has God ever come down to drink tea with you? Reverend Chigozie, has God come down to drink tea with you before?
That is what you said, Adeboye said, not other pastors.
I'm asking you to condemn others. No, I'm asking you, has God ever come down to drink tea with you?
No.
Do you believe that God can come down and drink tea?
It's impossible.
Then what what are you saying that it's not fair what we are saying about this man? He is a confirmed liar. He is a confirmed liar. He lies about everything. Just before we started this particular conversation, we were listening to Adeboye talking about one woman in his church. No, I don't know whether in his church, but there was a woman who, she had a funny disease. Electric current was running through her. When you turn on the fan, instead of the fan to rotate, she starts to rotate. When you turn on any electric device in her house, it powers inside her. So they came and got him and his crew and his people, and they went and prayed for this woman. And when they prayed for her, you know, they were now, they after the prayers, they went and turned on the electric, they turned on the fan, and she was not rotating. I mean, these are the things. How can a grown man be saying things like this? This is just, and yet nobody challenges him. And this is why Adeboye has been allowed to get on with all his many lies till this present day, talking about give violently.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on and ask your question.
Do you believe in the Bible?
No.
Okay. If I thought you said yes, I would have asked you more. But since you said no, you have not used me asking you more questions.
Why should I believe in the Bible? Why should anyone believe in the Bible?
Where do you belong? I mean, your religion.
Can you, can you answer my question? Why should anybody believe in an ancient book called the Bible? Ancient book, old book. We don't know the people that wrote it, what the reason they wrote it. Just some people came together, some thousands of years apart between these people. They didn't know each other for the most part. Just wrote, and some other set of people came along and collected. Yeah, let me get this Isaiah's book, Jeremiah's book, this one's book. Let's put it together and put this thing called
the religious book for Christians.
And so why should anyone believe in the religious book for Christians?
Well, I wouldn't say that everybody should believe in it, but
I
as
said
a Christian,
anyone. Why should anyone believe in it?
If you're a Christian, you would have believed in your religious book. Like Muslims do believe in their Quran.
We're not talking about Muslims.
But the way you people fight Christianity in Africa
and
the Western
we are
world.
not fighting Christianity. We are not fighting Christianity. Listen, Reverend Chigozie, the Bible lies. There are a lot of lies in the Bible. There are plenty of lies in the Bible.
That is what you said.
Let's prove it, no? Let's prove it, Reverend Chigozie. Let's at least, it's not about what I said. I can prove it to you.
Let me tell you something.
No, Reverend, you are a reverend. You're a reverend. Let's go ahead and let's do it for the sake of the people, so that at least they know what the book is all about.
You're not a religious scholar, especially.
I am. I am a religious scholar.
So what did you study?
The Bible. Yes.
Okay.
I'm a religious scholar, you know.
Since you're not a Christian,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
The Bible with you will be a waste of time, because
no, it's not going to be a waste.
You can't lie to us. That's why.
It's not going to be a waste of. Okay, can I ask?
Can
I ask you just? No, it's not about convincing. We can ask questions. I just want to ask you just a couple of questions. Is that okay?
I'm listening.
Okay. Who wrote the book of Genesis?
But you said you're not a Christian.
I'm just asking a question.
Even if I narrate stories to you today, you wouldn't believe.
Listen, Genesis is not only a Christian book. Judaism and on some other religions, they also take from that book. So it's not just a Christian thing.
Sorry.
But you are a reverend. This is why
It's
I'm
not
not
called Genesis 10.
Eh? Can you tell us? Can you tell us who wrote the book of Genesis?
If I should start explaining things to you now,
You just
you
guys,
believe.
people in the chat, please, would you want to hear from Reverend? Would you like him to please? Would you like him to answer the question? It's not just about me, Reverend. There are other people here.
Good evening. I came up for the Reverend, just to question for the Reverend. I will drop.
Wait, so hold on, please, Maximus, I beg, please, hold on. People, do you want to hear him answer the question? Folks?
Yes.
Reverend,
she'll answer very simple ones. She won't ask tough ones. She'll ask. Afro's a fair woman. She will ask you simple, straightforward questions, no trick questions, and it'll be straight from the Bible.
Exactly. So
okay. I would answer her question if I thought she would tell me her religion. So if she asks me, I can be able to ask her back.
Okay, I am a Christian. Why are you laughing? You say you want me to tell you my religion, and I say I'm a Christian.
Okay. Ask me your questions.
Okay, who wrote the book of Genesis?
According to history, Genesis was a compiled story.
Compiled by who?
Numerous of people.
Like who? Who are the people?
I cannot be able to mention their names, the ancients. Okay. I know you are waiting for me to say Moses. No.
Okay, it wasn't Moses.
No, it was not.
So who was it then?
Like I told you, it was a compiled book. It was not written by one person or two.
Well, do you believe that the events in Genesis are real events? Like this happened, the real life events?
People who are not close to the tree always throw stones from afar.
Sorry, people who are not close to the tree
always throw stones from afar. Let me clear the air.
Yes.
Some stories in Genesis are not something that happened for real. Some of these stories are stories that were used to encourage some believers. Some of the stories in the scriptures are stories that were used to encourage people.
Can you tell us the ones? Can you give us several of the stories in Genesis that are real? Can you just give us us 2 stories in Genesis that are real, so that we would know which ones are real and which ones aren't? Can you just help us out?
Come again with your question.
You give us 1 or 2 stories in Genesis that are real, that when we read them, this is what happened, to help us out to understand. Because honestly, I don't want to read the fake ones. The fake ones don't help me. I need to know the ones that are real.
Okay. Let me just give you one, which should be popular to you.
Okay.
The story of Abraham and his wife.
Okay, can you explain what's real about it? Was it her age when she first had a child? Can you give us the story of Abraham, the parts of the story that are real?
You know, we are not here to preach. You just said I should point out. Which I have pointed.
You don't have to preach.
Maybe if you have your Bible close to you, like
I've got my Bible close to me here. I've got my Bible.
Start from Genesis chapter 12.
Genesis chapter 12.
From there,
how do you determine which one is real and which one isn't in Genesis?
Like I told you before, I said some of the things written in the scripture are compiled stories.
No, how do you know that the 12 is genuine story, a real event, and 1 to 12 is not? How do you determine that?
Okay.
As a
theologian, you know, there are a lot of things we study in school. We know stories that are used to encourage people, and we always know when to preach it or talk about it. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
And we know stories that are used to encourage people and want to talk about it.
So you're saying that in Genesis there are stories that can encourage?
Oh yes.
Like which ones? Which ones? I don't see any that can encourage anyone here.
Okay.
Because Genesis is the place where God punishes humanity. God punishes Satan. There was the flood. And all this. I don't know which of these stories is supposed to encourage anyone in Genesis. In fact, it discourages people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. When you look
at Maximus has the question for you.
Okay.
Reverend, good evening or good morning. I have just two questions. Talking about when you said what we are doing to Adeboye isn't fair. So I want to ask you one question. We are in the internet era. So you think anywhere someone will grow breasts in this Nigeria and nobody will hear it? Did you just see have you seen the video of the kid that was being bullied by the teacher? 3-year-old kid that was bullied by the teacher at Ikorodu?
I have not seen.
Oh. So you think one place in this Nigeria, somebody will grow breasts and Adeboye will be the one that will tell this testimony, that will tell the story, and nobody will hear in this Nigeria that we are?
A lot of things are happening in Nigeria.
You're not being honest. Somebody will be turning like a fan when NEPA bring light, or when the light goes off and we will not hear. That kind of a miracle.
To be frank, this is my first time of hearing the story.
That was what Afro was debunking. That you're saying is not being fair. He said when light comes,
to me,
the woman will turn like with electricity. Turn like when you put on the fan, she will be turning. How can an adult hear that story and you think that story?
I know it is not.
And so why exactly? That's my point. I can drop. At least we can both agree that Adeboye lied.
Mm-hmm. With this now, I will concur with what she said.
Exactly.
To be fair to Reverend Chigozé,
let me just tell you something.
Reverend,
there is a woman speaking here.
Listen. Reverend, I'm actually in support of you, right? You have not come here and said, "Oh, it's possible," or it's something. If you have faith, Just believe. But you have been very truthful and said it's not possible. So thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. Alfred, thank you. Thank you for the
Yes, Maximus, thank you, my lovely. You were going to say something.
Reverend, can I ask you also, when a man tells a story like that, stories like that, why should we listen to anything he has to say?
Mm-hmm. After he has been shown to be a liar.
What can he do that in any way I should trust? When he makes up, and he made up this lie. Not only did he made up the lie, he's talking about a woman who's not there to say anything. So now everybody's out there looking for the woman who grew her breast back after she had breast cancer.
Yes.
This man is taking advantage of people. He doesn't care about people, or he wouldn't say such things.
Exactly. Afro, you didn't even bring the one where he said it was traveling and the bridge got expanded. I don't know if you have seen that one.
This man, listen, the man's lies are too many. He came to the US. Because of him, God stopped the whole season. God, this man came and it was winter period, and he said God should remove the winter. Because of him, God removed winter in the US. And the day he was returning, on the day he was to return back to Nigeria, guess what? The snow starts to fall again.
Yes.
But because
where
of him,
where did he move winter to?
I don't know.
Where
It was
did
Adeboye. Adeboye's God went to hide the winter inside his cupboard.
Yeah. Even in Jonathan's government, he said, according to him, God is angry that God said he should take a walk.
Now what? Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you, Maximus. I didn't hear you. Maximus, where are you? Adeboye's lies. Adeboye has told so many lies over the years. I'm telling you, it's incredible. Incredible.
So Rev, do you think that we should listen to this man? Do you think we should listen to this man?
Man is an element of change.
Okay.
Should we listen to this man?
An element of change.
Reverend Chikosi, should we listen to a man who tells such stories?
I said man is an element of change.
That's not what the question I asked.
Let me ask Reverend.
Yes.
Reverend, hey, my dear friend, Africans, good to see you. Reverend, let me ask you this question. So you are a reverend. Who made you a reverend? Because I like your whole complete outfit here. Yeah? I really like it. Look, black and red. Who made you a reverend, sir?
No, I am a priest.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Who made you a priest? Did you go to seminary?
Oh yes, I went to theological seminary.
Sorry, which one? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry, which one?
Trinity Theological Seminary, Umahia.
Okay, and how many years did you do then?
4 years.
4 years, huh? And then they now made you a priest. So now, do you have a place where you do your priest office, or are you just independent?
I have a church where I'm being posted, and I still run an adoration ministry.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, I'm not hearing you. You say?
I have a place where I was posted, and I run an adoration ministry.
Adoration.
Yes.
An adoration ministry?
I have a church that I was posted,
Mm-hmm.
and I equally run an adoration ministry.
I don't know what an adoration ministry is. I don't know what that means.
Maybe you're not. Are you in Nigeria?
No, I'm not in Nigeria.
Maybe you may not understand.
Adoration ministry. What does that mean? Adoration ministry.
I don't know. In the US, is there like Wednesday prayers there?
Yeah, what he was saying is he has his own like a personal church. That's what he said. Right? Am I right?
I have a church that the diocese posted me to, and I equally have a ministry I run on my own.
That you run on your own. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So the name of your own personal is Adoration Ministry. That's what you said.
No. The name of my personal adoration ministry is Miracle City Adoration.
Oh, okay. Now we get it. Okay, now we get it.
Miracle City. So do miracles happen at your Adoration City?
Why not?
So people do they come over there to see you at the Adoration City? Yeah?
Often people come around.
So if I want to come and see you for my own personal healing, am I welcome?
Oh yes.
Okay. And are you guaranteeing me that I will receive miracle?
Your faith should be the one to guarantee you, not mine.
My faith?
Oh,
yes. So if my faith is the one, my faith is the one guaranteeing.
The ball is in your court now. The ball is in your court.
No, it's not. No, if it is my faith that is guaranteeing me the miracle, then I don't need Reverend Chigozie now. I can go and pray for myself. Because if it is my faith, then who needs to go to Adoration City? I can just in my bedroom have faith and pray to God. No. If it is my faith that will determine my miracle, then nobody needs to come to Reverend Chigozie. Nobody.
Have you ever once prayed in your house and you dozed off before?
Several times, yes.
So there is need for you to be in the church.
So, but do you pray and doze off? You, Reverend, do you pray and doze off too?
I don't.
You don't pray and doze off?
I don't.
That's not true now. Come on, my guy. My guy,
do you sleep at your working place?
My guy, come on.
Have you ever slept in your shop before?
Yes.
We don't.
Okay, you don't sleep when you're in the church?
I asked you a question. We don't sleep in the working place.
You don't sleep in the working place. So because you don't sleep in your working place, this is the reason why people need to come to your working place to come and find miracles.
No, it was a question I asked you. That is what we call sacred place.
Sacred
place.
My bedroom is sacred though. My bedroom is very sacred. Sacred.
So what made it sacred?
My guy, it's my space. It is my space. I take care of it. I clean it. I put plenty of what do you call it? Smellies. I have candles. Yeah, it's a lovely place. I make it my own. It is sacred for me.
Like I said, if you were a Christian, you would understand why Apostle Paul said, that we should come together in one accord.
To do what? What was the reason? What was the reason Paul gave that we should come together in one accord?
There are people that are depressed. There are people that are experiencing broken hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And when they come to the church, their souls get uplifted. They hear some words of encouragement. They receive some prayers, and their burdens will be lifted.
I am a therapist, Reverend Chigozie, and
I'm aware.
I am a therapist, and people come to me when they're depressed. They don't need to go to church.
People like,
I've got clients.
you just started, Sha. I wouldn't say anything. Like, you are talking about Adeboye for a very long time. I'm not a Pentecostal priest. I am an Anglican communion priest. So
Anglican communion.
we don't display Pentecostal rascality like all these pastors in Nigeria do, which they can start coming out shouting, saying no manner of lies for them to get crowd, this, that.
Pentecostal rascality. They're all the same thing, in my opinion. All the same.
They are not.
So I want to ask you, are you saying you are an Anglican?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I was born in Anglican. Please, can you tell me the story why Anglican break up from Catholic? Can you tell me the story? The reason why Anglican break up from Catholic?
Okay, who is asking me the question? Africa?
Yes.
Are you a Christian? Okay, you said you're an Anglican.
That's not the problem. Can you tell me the reason, the story why Anglican break up from Catholic?
A lot was happening far back in the room.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
would like to cut the story short because it's a long book.
Okay.
A lot was happening in the room. So
in the room?
No, in the Rome. It's in the Roman Empire.
That's in the room. I'm like, what? A lot was happening in the room? Whoa.
It's a big book, and let me just cut it short because I will not start
explaining. Go on and cut it short. Cut it short for us, please.
A lot was happening in the room, and it looks as if that it was one-sided. Let me use, for example, maybe the whites had been made the head, and the blacks doesn't get any big position or thereabouts. For example.
What?
So when they saw that the oppression was much,
please let him finish.
They had to deviate to form the Ecclesiastical Church of Nigeria.
Oh, guys, it's okay. What are you talking about now? I asked you a simple question. Can you give me
I
the
said,
story?
let me cut story short.
No, you are cutting nonsense. Relax, Oga. I beg.
Ecclesiastical Church of Nigeria.
I beg. Is it Nigeria that holds Catholic, Anglican, or British? Who holds Anglican?
I'm cutting the story short, like I said, first of
all. No, you are not cutting it short. You are talking bullshit. Afro, you know this thing always vex me now.
Ecclesiastical Church of Nigeria.
We know the story that I'm asking.
You want to talk about the Church of England, right?
I'm talking
like
about
I said before, I'm cutting the story short.
No, what you are cutting short is I asked you a simple question. Can you tell me why Anglican break up from Catholic? That is what I asked you.
Why the Anglicans broke off from the Catholic?
From Catholic. Yes.
It's so straightforward. It is like A, B, and C.
That is what you said. I told you before, I said I'm cutting the story short.
Oh, yeah,
and I brought it short to Nigeria. But you want me to drag it so long to tell you how it entered the Church of England from Church of England to Nigeria.
Around the bush.
Is Nigeria the founder of Anglican?
Listen, Africans, he cut it short. He cut it into Nigeria for you. You see, he cut it.
This is where
Niger style for you.
Even if you are going to cut it short, Nigeria is not the founder of Anglican.
It's not what I said. I had to cut it short to bring it down to Nigeria.
We brought it down to Nigeria.
Where was it before? Why are you bringing it? Why are you bringing it down to Nigeria? Just go straight to the point.
My question: why did Anglican
Susan, is Susan still there?
Anglican break up? I mean, why did Anglican break up?
Susan, are you still there?
Why? That's my question now. You now say Nigeria. Nigeria is not the founder in the beginning.
It's not what
why
I
did
said.
they break up?
Is Susan still there? Susan, cut it and bring it to Nigeria.
I said when issues came up.
Okay, Susan, good.
In the Roman Empire, like I said, when they formed Church of England, Nigeria equally broke up theirs. Other countries equally broke up.
Okay, how did England fall out?
I know that is the England story you want to hear, which I will not proceed out of my mouth.
If you are a theologian, Reverend Chigozie, if you are a theologian, if you are the theologian that you say that you are, if you are the theologian that you said you are, you should know this answer now.
He knows.
I know the answer. I know what he wants. I know what he wants me to say.
He knows it, but he doesn't want to say it. So we take it from where England break out from the Roman Empire. I mean, from the Catholic. We take it from there. But
no, I'm cutting it short to Nigeria only.
Don't cut it short again, please. You will cut it short to your village. As soon as you are cutting it, you keep keeping it short until you cut it short to your village. Yes, but this is my point. Where we get it from? That's what I'm. How did they cut it short? How did England cut it short from Roman Empire? How did they cut it short? That's my question. We will get it from England, right? How did England cut their own version out from Catholic? That's what I'm saying.
That is what I said, that it will not proceed out of my mouth because I know your point.
Reverend, you don't have anything to say. You don't have anything to say.
No,
you want to teach someone. You want to teach someone that doesn't know. Just put it in bullet points. We don't know what to explain. We don't know what to say. Just go to bed. You're tired. You sound tired. Go to bed. You're not making any sense. Respectively, you're not making any sense. You're just beating around the bush. If you want to explain. If you don't know, explain. Go to bed, please. Don't waste our time here.
Omowumi, he cut it into Nigeria. What are you saying? With they cut the story and entered into Nigeria. What are you?
It's just starting rubbish. It's just saying nonsense.
Don't teach people.
You think we are gullible people that you're talking to? You think people that you think we don't have common? You think we don't have sense?
Take us all to home. When did we get to home?
Which one is you cutting into Nigeria? What has Nigeria got to do with nonsense? The nonsense that's coming out of your mouth.
Anglican priest, you don't know where Anglicans come from.
And he's an Anglican.
You see why I don't stay here? Why? Because you asked me a question.
We ask you a question, you're giving us rubbish.
You people don't know how to talk to people.
Exactly, because you're giving us rubbish.
You want me to tell you words that you used to attack me, right?
But Reverend,
tell us the truth. It's a simple question.
Hold on. Let me just ask, Reverend. Hold on, please. Hold on. Just one second. Reverend, why do you have your telephone number on your bio?
That tight.
Reverend.
My telephone number on my bio.
Yes.
Maybe in case somebody wants to talk to me.
Talk to you about what?
Like we may be talking here on TikTok, maybe network start disturbing, and that person wants to reach me. He can communicate with me directly on WhatsApp.
To talk to you about
what?
Direct call. Maybe like we are communicating.
So you could tell them live, like you're telling us. So you could tell them about home.
You don't have a good manner. Calm down.
At all not. So you can tell us about Rome and you can tell us about Nigeria and Britain being in all the nonsense. So that's what you want to tell people? Why?
You see the way you talk?
Even now.
Yeah, because that's wrong. That's wrong.
Now that your phone number
people need to tell you you're wrong.
This is Oga. This is what I'm asking you now. I'm not calling. I don't need to call you now because I can talk to you. If I want to call you after this, I will call you to ask you about the same question. Sorry, Reverend.
But are you aware that network always breaks down on TikTok?
But there's no network. We don't have
Down on
network issue now.
TikTok?
We don't have
So
network
that is
issue,
why
but
I saved my number there.
I know. Thank you so much for that. But now that we don't need to call you, and I'm asking you, even if I want to call you after this service, I will still ask you the same question. Can you tell me the reason why Anglican break out from Catholic? That is my question. Even if I want to call you after the service, let's say we have network problem now. You say you put your phone number so that people can reach you in case if there is network problem. But now there is no network problem. This is still the same question that we ask you. Can you tell me, even you are so ashamed to say the story, but you can be proud of it because you believe in it. Tell me the story, please. I don't use that to attack you, but I just want to know whether you know it or not.
I've met 1,001 people online that talks this way. They always ask one question like this only.
Which question do they ask?
Why the old Anglican Church and the Catholic Church separated in Rome?
And what do you answer them?
I know their point. I know what they want to prove.
So basically, you do not answer questions, Reverend.
The ones you've been asking me, have I not been replying you?
So why is this one hard? Why is this one hard to answer?
Pastor, do you know King Henry?
We know King James. We know many of them.
I'm not talking about King James. I'm talking about King Henry VIII. Do you know King Henry VIII?
I don't know him, but I heard his stories.
What do you know? What did you hear about him?
You just want to force words out of my mouth.
It's not anything forceful. It's a story. What story did you hear about him? Why are you getting offended? It's just a story.
And if you don't know, just say you don't know, and someone might be able to tell you. There's no point in doing all these gymnastics. If you don't know it, you don't know it. And it's okay to not know.
I just know where these stories are pointed at.
Okay, all right.
Okay, well, I'll tell you. King Henry VIII is why you have the Anglican Church. Okay?
I'm aware.
King Henry VIII was actually with the Catholic Church, but he wanted to marry another woman. So he decided to form a new church and leave the Catholic Church. Do you know that, Pastor?
I'm aware. I know you will equally ask me, why do they want to marry?
Well, that was the question they were asking you. Why did the Anglican Church become the Anglican Church? That was the question that you were asked. So you see, you going around giving people information is not fair, Pastor.
I didn't give any information.
But listen, we just asked you something very simple about your own church, and you cannot even tell us.
Listen, Phoenix, listen, I'm tired.
I give up.
Yes, this pastor, I don't know if he's, but at least he's, he's calm nature, he's calm, and, but it's clear from what I see, this reverend is only here on TikTok for his own, whatever he can, whatever he's doing here on TikTok, because I don't know why Reverend gets on TikTok. It's his telephone number on the dresses up in his Reverend clothes, and I don't know what's the idea behind that. I don't get it. I don't.
That's our dressing, okay?
Did your people send you to come on TikTok?
I only preach on TikTok.
Did your people send you on TikTok?
Have you ever seen where a communion church sends somebody to be on Facebook or Instagram or social media handles.
So being on TikTok is just your own it's your own thing to do.
And sometimes I see what is going on X, see what is happening.
Did God send you to come on TikTok?
Social media.
Did God send you to TikTok?
God doesn't send anybody to social media.
So you sent yourself.
Let me ask you, does God tell people to use phones?
Please.
Why is it that pastors must be asked such questions? It's not fair.
Sorry.
We are humans.
Are you a pastor? You're not a pastor now. You say you're a reverend. Or you're
No, I'm just trying to tell you, why is it that pastors, people always often ask them this question? It's not fair. They are humans.
No, pastors are scammers. Pastors are scammers. Pastors are scammers. Pastors sell a non-existent product in exchange for money, for tithe and offering, building fund, private jet fund, Gucci belt fund, and all this and that. Yes, pastors are scammers.
We are different.
You're not different. You are not different.
Let me tell you something.
You are not different. You are not different. You've got your own ministry, right? Your own ministry, and in your ministry, you know that you know people give you something for your whatever you do on TikTok or wherever you go to. You know that.
So I use it to do what? What do I use it to do?
I don't know what you do with it. I don't know.
Have you ever seen where a priest dies?
No.
Whether an Anglican communion or a Catholic or a Methodist or a Presbyterian.
I've not seen it, but I know for a fact, Reverend Chico said that you collect monies and collect,
to do what?
Blessings. I don't know. What do you to eat? You have to eat now.
Eat.
Yeah, pastors eat, don't they?
So the ones brought in the church is doing what?
You need some extra income now. That's why you come on TikTok.
So what will TikTok give me?
Money now.
Give you money. Your customers, the ones that call you when you're not live, when they call you direct on WhatsApp, then you tell them to sow seed into your life.
I don't do such thing. Even the woman that spoke here lastly, before I came up, is in my WhatsApp group. I just saw that she was here. I was like, let me come and see what is happening here.
Which woman is that?
The other pastor.
Oh, that other one. So pastors have a WhatsApp group. Yay. My goodness.
We have a means of communicating. Are we not humans?
Oh, yeah, humans.
No, the way you would talk about it, it looks as if maybe we are ghosts or spirits.
No,
even the way you're talking about me coming on TikTok to collect money. What do I use money to do? If I die today, I'll be buried in the church.
No, to eat. You use it to eat.
Eat what? Are we hungry? We are not hungry. If they ordain you a priest, they will give you a car. So
if you're not hungry, you won't be on TikTok preaching. If you were not a priest, what would you be? You won't be on TikTok preaching.
That is what you say.
I'm putting your telephone number on TikTok. I guarantee you. If you were not hungry.
Because the car is like he went there for that. Did you go for the car?
No, I'm telling you something. I said, why will we be hungry when everything is being provided?
Then why are you on TikTok?
That's why I'm asking.
Provided.
I come to TikTok to see what is going on. Sometimes I share the word of God on Twitter. Sometimes I scroll into people's life, see what is discussing, see what is happening in Nigeria, see what is happening in other countries. Like they said in LA, something happened.
Reverend,
the fire break, this,
Pastor, Reverend Father.
Wait, hold on. Reverend Chigo's here. If that's what you wanted to do, you don't need to wear your priest's uniform. You don't. You just wear whatever normal clothes. You don't have to reverend anything. Just come on TikTok if all you want to do is just see what is going on TikTok.
Let me tell you something.
He needs a
Have you
gimmick.
seen a military man before?
Aye? Have I seen what?
A military man before?
No.
I believe you have seen them.
Then why are you asking me?
This is our regale.
You're not in the office right now.
Afro. I think this guy was just talking like programming the AI. That's why because everything that it's just like AI is talking that like everything that I just saying from missionary and stuff. That's what I said. To be honest with you.
I know it's not.
I'm not just interested in it again.
Even me,
You know the truth.